Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you live coverage of this very important President Biden press conference. It starts at 6:30 Eastern Time. Wanted to come on a little early, get you up to date on the day's events as there are growing calls among Democrats for President Biden to drop out of the presidential race so that Democrats can run a different candidate. So we want to bring you live coverage, and we're going to bring you live coverage. We're going to have live video of that press conference in 2 hours and 24 minutes and 39 seconds. Look, I'll show you. I'll show you. See? President Biden holds a press conference. And we're going to get you caught up on the developments of the day. Some new members of Congress have called, some new Democratic members of Congress have called for Biden to get out of the race. I believe there are a dozen of them now that have called for Biden to get out of the race. Do we know what it's about? Well, he's finishing up the NATO summit, but I don't know, are people going to ask him about NATO? Or are they just going to ask him about whether he's going to pull out of the race? How many questions is he going to take? I don't know how long it's going to last. I have no idea. I have no idea how long it's going to last. I guess it's up to him how long it lasts. Will certain reporters ask about certain things? Does he know that? Will he call on certain reporters if he thinks they'll ask about certain things? I don't know. I don't know who he's going to call on. I don't know what's going to happen. This is going to be the first press conference he's given since the debate, though. But increasing numbers of Democrats calling for him to step aside, and there's some reporting today suggesting that, like, even some of his own advisors don't think he has a chance to win. So we are going to cover this, and we're going to be taking your comments and questions on the air. You can write to me during the broadcast at Lookner on X. Let me get back here so I can show you some things. Write to me at Lookner on X, and we're going to be taking your comments on the air. And I do want to thank our moderators for being here. We have Ruth Krafasi here moderating. Thanks so much, Ruth, over there on YouTube. By the way, thanks to Red Boy and Confused Squirrel and Braden E. Nelson for your support over there on YouTube. Thank you. Also, we have RJ moderating. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Over there on Twitch, we have moderating I Got That Fire. Sarah and Papa Bear, thank you for moderating there. And I also want to thank, one moment, please. Oh, and thanks to Jen Junkie for subscribing over there on Twitch. I appreciate that. And over on Facebook, we have moderating. Let me thank them as well. Kay Lowry Body is there. Thanks, Kay, for being there. Thanks to all of our moderators as we move along here. So I'm sure most of you know that there is a growing call among Democrats for President Biden to not run for president, to pull out of the race so that somebody else can run after the very poor debate performance on June 27th, which was actually, 2 weeks ago, right? Today's Thursday? 2 weeks in a day? 2 weeks to the day, right? It was 14 days ago. Am I remember? Wasn't it the 27th? Am I wrong? I think it was June 27th. I'm going to look that up and make sure. I think it was. Yes, it was June 27th. Hey, thanks Walter Beasley, by the way. Walter thinks it's make or break. And Tim Schidler, thanks for the gift memberships. Thanks, Tim. So let me update you on a couple of new members of a couple of new defections in Congress. So here are a couple of people in Congress who have said today that they are not going to. Oh, I just saw something else. Two members of Congress, a couple member of I don't know if there's been 2 or 3 today. I have to go back and look. At least 2 members of Congress, maybe 3, have announced they want President Biden to not run anymore, Democratic members of Congress. Before we do that, though, I just saw this from Dylan Byers. Dylan Byers, who is with Puck. I want to pass along a report from Dylan Byers with Puck. Dylan Byers says, let me show you this report from Dylan Byers. In addition to Monday's interview with NBC News with Lester Holt, Biden will do an interview on Tuesday with a black national media outlet during NAACP conference, and on Wednesday with Latino national media outlet. So he did that interview with ABC, what was it, last week or something? I can't even remember, like a week ago. And on Monday, he's going to do an interview with NBC's Lester Holt, which is going to air Monday night, but it's not going to be live when it airs. And then I guess he's doing 2 more. So it seems like his PR campaign is still going with those interviews. But I wanted to pass that along from Dylan Byers with Puck. Okay. This is one of these stories where stuff can happen anytime. I think, hold on a second. Hang on. Hang on a moment. Stuff can happen at any time, guys. Stuff can happen at any time. Oh, AZ Intel says another congressperson has said they don't want Biden to run. AZ Intel, who I follow, said that. Oh, yes. Here's another one. Another one. Hold on, guys. I'm going to post this. We have breaking news. Another congressperson has come out and said they don't want Biden to run. Another Democrat in Congress. Ed Case from Hawaii. According to Natalie Brand of CBS News. Good job, AZ Intel, catching that. I'm going to show this to you right now. Okay, here's the report. I just saw it right now. Again, hat tip to AZ Intel on X. Natalie Brand with CBS says Representative Ed Case of Hawaii becomes the 12th congressional Democrat to call for President Biden to exit the race. His full statement is below. He says, my guidepost is what the best way forward for our country what is the best way forward for our country. I do not believe President Biden should continue his candidacy for re-election as president. This has nothing to do with his character or in record. If it did, there would be no decision to make. This is solely about the future, about the president's ability to continue in the most difficult job in the world for another 4-year term. We all know that this presidential election is our most consequential in generations, one in which voters must make a generational choice of direction for our country that will also deeply impact our world. Our decision on president who will embody and lead that choice should be made on the merits with no questions as to basic capacity to discharge responsibilities over another term. Ugh. I cannot avoid the conclusion that choice should be presented with another Democratic candidate. As to who that candidate should be, there are various paths to that decision. They are difficult and uncertain, but no more difficult and uncertain than the current path, nor any reason to stay on this path, which I do not believe is the best path forward for our country. So again, that's reporting from Natalie Brand with CBS News, and this is a statement from Representative Ed Case of Hawaii. I don't know if there's 12 or 13 Democrats in Congress who have called for him to step down now, to step aside in the race, I mean. But that is another one. So that just happened right now. Yes, and that's being confirmed. That's being confirmed by other reports as well. That Ed Case, that's a legit report, because I'm seeing other. Hold on. I'm seeing other reports of that. I have another report I just saw that I want to show you in a second, that I just saw right now. So again, some breaking news. Ed Case of Hawaii is the newest Democratic congressional representative to call for Biden to not run for president. And just to mention this again, one thing he says in his statement, which was posted by Natalie Brand of CBS News, he said, "Our decision on president, on who will embody and lead that choice, should be made on the merits, with no questions as to basic capacity to discharge responsibilities over another term," suggesting that he doesn't believe, that he thinks there are questions about Biden's basic capacity to discharge responsibilities over another term. Okay, so we just saw that. We just saw that. I also have seen some reporting today suggesting, I believe Punchbowl reported this, and I think I saw it elsewhere. I've seen some reports suggesting that some Democrats were waiting until after the end of the NATO summit, which has been happening for 3 days, and which Biden's been very involved in. And it's his press conference today is technically like at the end of the NATO summit. But the bottom line is that there's reporting saying that a bunch of Democrats have been waiting until the end of today and the end of the press conference to come out and say they don't support President Biden, and they don't want him to run again. So we could see, like, tomorrow, if that's true, then I would expect to see tomorrow a number more Democrats coming out and saying, we want somebody else to run. But again, we just saw a new one right here. And by the way, I'm seeing a new report right now. ABC News just came out with a report about 13 minutes ago. And the report says that multiple people who attended an event celebrating Juneteenth at the White House last month told ABC News they had concerns about President Biden after personally watching him at that event. And they say others who they spoke with who were in attendance also did as well. So a Democratic state rep from Texas, Ron Reynolds, told ABC News, this is a quote, "We didn't quite know what to make of it, but we thought it was different in that he seemed altered." The people who ABC News talked with who were at this event for Juneteenth with Biden described Biden as aloof and stiff and his speech as garbled. One lawmaker said, she privately raised concerns to White House staffers. One lawmaker said her assessment of the president at the event came after months before she had privately raised concerns to White House staffers, jokingly saying they could keep the president stitched together until the election. Oh, now Ron Reynolds isn't a state rep. I think Ron Reynolds is actually a congressional representative. No, he's a state rep, Ron Reynolds. Anyways, so ABC News again is reporting that that a bunch of people who were at this Juneteenth event at the White House told ABC News they had concerns about President Biden after watching him at the event. By the way, Ron Reynolds, who said that he seemed altered at that event, he's a Democrat. He's not a Republican. He's a Democrat from Texas who's a state representative. Anyways, so that just came out. That story just came out for ABC News. Oh, another person who was at that event, who formerly worked in the Biden administration, said he thought that when Biden spoke at the Juneteenth event, he was garbled and low energy. He didn't look great. Anyways, so it's like story after story keeps coming out, which are not good stories for Biden. There's been these other stories coming out today, various stories that I'll talk about, but like there's stories about people who are working to help get him elected, actually not thinking he can win and that kind of thing. So it's like every few minutes, it's like something comes out. Let's see here. Hang on a second. Breaking news, another one. Breaking news, I think we have another member of Congress. Yes, Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton is calling for Biden to not run. Another one. This is Greg Stanton right here. There's the Wikipedia page. Member of the U.S. House from Arizona. He is calling for Biden to not run. I'm going to show you this right now. Breaking news. Wow. Only 2 hours before his press conference, all of this is happening. What is happening? Oh my gosh. Here it is. Greg Stanton. I was one of President Biden's earliest supporters in 2020. Breaking news. We need the breaking news graphic. Wow, incredible. Incredible. I was one of President Biden's earliest supporters in 2020, and I'm proud of the progress we've made for Arizona. However, the stakes in this election could not be higher. For our country's sake, it is time for the president to pass the torch to a new generation of leaders. Representative Greg Stanton, one of President Biden's early 2020 supporters, calls on the president to step aside as Democratic nominee. Greg Stanton. Oh, you can't see what I'm looking at. Oh, no. I'm sorry about this. There it is. So this is Greg Stanton right there. That's his Wikipedia page. There. Sorry, you couldn't see it. Greg Stanton writes, back in 2020, long before Joe Biden was the presumptive nominee of our party, I endorsed his candidacy for president, and I'm proud of that decision. President Biden has been one of our country's most effective modern chief executives and has truly delivered for Arizona, signing into law a once-in-a-generation investment in our infrastructure, the most consequential bill ever to fight climate change and protect our water, lowering drug prices for seniors, and turbocharging the U.S. semiconductor industry. On top of that, he's one of the most decent people to ever occupy the White House. Perhaps President Biden's most defining legacy, though, is as a fierce defender of American democracy. Donald Trump poses an existential threat to our Constitution and the rule of law and to the hard-fought rights Americans have enjoyed for generations. A second Trump term would be devastating for our republic, and the stakes in this election could not be higher. The Democratic Party must have a nominee who can effectively make the case against Trump and have the confidence of the American people to handle the rigors of the hardest job on the planet for the next 4 years, for the sake of American democracy, and to continue to make progress on our shared priorities, I believe it is time for the president to step aside as our nominee. Wow, 2 of them in the last 10 minutes. Jeez, they're not even waiting for the press conference. Okay. Quick thanks, by the way, to Debbie James for your support, to Ken Wong for your support, Auntie Lennon, and Matt, and David Ferriello, who says, this is one crazy election cycle. Nobody can predict anything with certainty. Thank you also, Load Rest Traveled, You Rock, Just Me, Hypno Llama, Marnie. Thank you. All right, let's see what is going on. Our viewer, Very Berry, says, how many more to go? Also, Jake. Now, this isn't somebody who's saying yet he should go, but another Democratic member of Congress, Jake Auchincloss, who's from Massachusetts. He, according to Lisa Kaczynski, who is with Politico, Jake Auchincloss said on WPRI 12 that he has deep and unaddressed concerns about Biden. It's not elites, as Biden says, it's my constituents. He has to earn back their trust. Biden should be more transparent about his mental and physical state. That's from Jake Auchincloss, from Massachusetts congressman. Now, he's not saying step down yet or step aside, but that's another one who's expressing serious doubts. Wow. So just since we've been on the air, 2 more Democrats in Congress. There's been 1 Democratic senator, and the rest have been House representatives who have called for Biden to not run. And if you're wondering, there are currently 213 Democrats in the House. Okay? 213 Democrats in the House, and, sorry. Hang on. Hold on. So much news. And I believe right now, technically 47 Democrats and 4 independents in the Senate. And I think it's 12 or 13 House Democrats so far have called for him to not run. I want to mention another report here. Give me one moment. Just give me one moment. I want to mention something to you. Oh, so I'm not going to mention that right now. By the way, earlier today, let me just show you what happened earlier today. Earlier today, this is Brad Schneider of Illinois. This wasn't even that long ago. This came out about an hour and a half ago. In the last 2 hours, Brad Schneider of Illinois said he's a Democrat in the House, and he said he wanted Biden out. You can see Jake Sherman posted this statement. So Brad Schneider of Illinois said, President Biden now has the opportunity to secure his legacy and boldly deliver the nation to a new generation of leadership. The stakes in this election could not be higher. Donald Trump and the administration he would install are an absolute threat to the very core of our nation. He is publicly committed to undermining our Constitution and the democratic republic it established. A second Trump administration will tear apart our economy, further devastate reproductive freedom, threaten our national security, and degrade our vital leadership role in the world order that we helped establish after World War II. We are faced with a stark choice. Be resigned to slog through this election, praying we can successfully defend our democracy, or enthusiastically embrace a vibrant vision for our future, building on the extraordinary foundation President Biden has created for our nation over the past 4 years. I choose the latter. I love President Biden. I am forever grateful for his leadership and service to our nation. The time has come, however, says Brad Schneider of Illinois, the time has come, for President Biden to heroically pass the torch to a new generation of leadership to guide us to the future and he has enabled and empowered us to pursue. In his farewell address, George Washington set a standard that every president since has tried to live up to. He declined to run for a third term despite the encouragement of the nation and many of his supporters for the good of the nation and the people. He knew when it was time to pass the torch. In passing the torch now, President Biden has a chance to live up to his standard and seal his place in history as one of the greatest leaders our nation and history has ever known. He can lead the transition of power to a new generation that can build a stronger party and a stronger nation. I fear if he fails to make the right choice, our democracy will hang in the balance. So within the last 2 hours, because this happened less than 2 hours ago, within the last 2 hours, 3 House Democrats, 3 more, have said that Biden should not run. Okay? And who knows who will be next? Who knows who will be next? Then there was one more earlier today, too. Let me just mention that one. The other one we didn't mention yet was who was it? Hillary Scholten. And this was at 11:03 a.m. This was earlier today. This is Hillary Scholten, who is from Michigan, a congresswoman from Michigan, Democrat. Hillary Scholten this morning said, President Biden has secured an incredible legacy during his lifetime of public service. The president's tremendous achievements on infrastructure, healthcare costs, climate change, and gun safety follow a distinguished career in the Senate, which included landmark accomplishments such as the Violence Against Women's Act. President Biden has spent his life serving our nation and building the next generation of American leadership. For the good of our democracy, I believe it is time for him to step aside from the presidential race and allow a new leader to step up. Ultimately, this choice belongs to the president and the president alone. I will respect his decision if he chooses to remain in the race, and I will still vote for him as a clear and necessary alternative to Donald Trump, who would sow chaos and destruction if he were to return to the Oval Office. But the people of Michigan's 3rd Congressional District elected me to represent them with integrity. They elected a congresswoman they trust to speak the truth, even when it's hard. They voted for someone who would put America's future and stand up for America's future first and stand up for what is right. That is what I am doing now. With the challenges facing our country in 2025 and beyond, it is essential that we have the strongest possible candidate leading the top of the ticket, not just to win, but to govern. Someone who can unflinchingly defend women's rights to make our own healthcare decisions. Someone who can, while also advancing the gains we've made on lowering healthcare costs and protecting workers. We must have a standard bearer who will fight morning, noon, and night for our civil and voting rights and unite the free world against the rising tide of authoritarianism. Joe Biden has been that leader for so long, but this is not about the past. It's about the future. It's time to pass the torch. They keep saying pass the torch. So she announced this around 11 this morning. Then we had a Democratic congressman announce within the last 2 hours, that he did not support Biden running again. And then in the last half hour, we've had 2 more Democratic congressmen say they don't want Biden to run again. And they didn't even wait for the press conference. This is before the press conference. Wow. So I'm going to take some comments in a second. I just want to make sure I'm not missing any updates because this news keeps coming out. We got an hour and 55 minutes for this press conference. And now, Biden has to go out and give this press conference. I assume he's hearing this news that more Democrats are coming out and saying they don't want him to run. Okay. Hang on. What is the formal topic of the press conference? I don't know that there is a topic. It's coming at the end of the NATO summit, but it's a solo press conference. So in theory, people could ask about what they want. I don't know. I haven't seen that there's an actual topic. I don't know what's going to be. I mean, are some people going to ask about NATO and some about the election? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, if you look here, it just says President Biden holds a press conference. It doesn't say a press conference on X, Y, or Z. It just says holds a press conference. Jeff Craddock says there's no topic. It's just to prove he can talk unscripted. So, again, it's coming at the end of the NATO summit. So, like, in theory, that would be something for people to ask about, but I don't know if anybody's going to ask. Maybe there'll be no questions about the NATO summit. Maybe it'll all be about him running again. I mean, it's going to be, by the way, if this press conference is designed to make people feel better about him running for president, no matter how he does, I don't know that it'll give people confidence if all the questions are just people shouting at him, are you going to get out of the race? So that could be a weird scene in itself if people are just asking him that over and over. If people are just asking about the bad debate performance, if it's just like these questions about him getting out and not doing well in the debate and all that stuff, is that all people are going to ask about? And then, I mean, how good, even if he doesn't flub anything, how good is that going to look? Okay, hang on a moment here. Hey, a quick thank you to Rita, by the way, says he's not got near the audience now than at the debate. Now, I do think a lot of people will watch this, but I don't think it'll be the debate audience. I agree with you there. Thank you to E for your support. E says, I feel bad, sort of. Thank you also, Wendy Cookie M, for your support, and Nick and Nancy Patterson. Do you think Manchin will replace Biden? No, because he is already now, didn't he, like you said, he announced he's an independent? No. When I see the list of, he would not be seen, I think, as Democratic enough. When I see the list of people who are most likely to be chosen, remember, if Biden were to step to say before the convention that he's not running, the Democratic convention delegates, I believe there's about 4,000 of them, they would vote on who the new candidate is. So the people you hear mentioned are obviously Vice President Harris, but there's a number of prominent Democratic governors like Governor Whitmer of Michigan, Governor Shapiro of Pennsylvania, Governor Beshear of Kentucky, Governor Newsom of California, Governor Pritzker of Illinois. I think these are the kind of people who would be the most in consideration. Yeah, Joe Manchin registered as an independent. That's from his office in May 31st. So I don't think he has any chance as being the Democratic nominee. Thank you. Good. Thanks for asking about that, Nancy Patterson. I appreciate that. Thanks also, Martin Gingrich, for your support, and Grevin Sher, and You Rock, and Darcy Miller, and PZ Papa Zulu, and Dillamond. Hang on a moment here. Ken Wong says, many on the right have known about Biden's issues for quite a while now. That's the problem with echo chambers, or maybe all this hoopla is not organic. So a couple things here. So there's certainly been some criticism floating around of Joe Biden's inner orbit. There's accusations that the people close to him and like his team kept his condition from like the world. So a couple things here, and you're saying, well, people on the right have known this for a while. So a couple things could be true. First of all, we cover on this channel, as plenty of others cover, Biden events sometime. It was no secret. If you've watched Biden events in the last year or two, it's no secret he's gotten older. He sometimes talks quite slowly. He moves slowly. He sometimes speaks in a bit garbled, you know. So that's not. Maybe if people like hadn't been paying any attention, they wouldn't know that. But, you know, it's definitely been publicly known that he was not the same as he used to be in terms of a political performer. But at the same time, we had not seen in public what we saw at the debate. And I think, to me, it's just obvious that the performance in the debate was so much worse even than his, some of his speeches he had given. It seemed like a level worse, a huge jump. So if you had somebody before that debate saying Biden is senile, Biden can't do anything, if they made that before the debate, then I'd say, well, how do they know that? So what I'm saying is, his debate performance does not retroactively validate excessive criticism of him that was made before the debate performance that exaggerated in that criticism how bad he was doing. Because I do think there was some criticism that was just like off the charts excessive before the debate, given what you actually saw of him, right? So I just want to say, somebody who made excessive criticism of him before the debate when it was not justified, they're not retroactively made correct in their excessive criticism because he happened to eventually give a performance like that. If you said something about him that was not justified before, that you did not have good evidence to base it on, and it turned out that eventually he gave a really bad performance, that doesn't mean you had good evidence to make that statement before. Anyways. I think I just saw Nathaniel Rakich says there's 15 congressional representatives who've called for him to step down, call for him to not run. Yeah, I've seen different numbers. Then Scott Wong says it's 14. I think maybe it's 14 Democratic representatives and 1 Democratic senator. All right, hang on a moment. We are trying to get you some more updates here. An hour and 45 minutes until this press conference. An hour and 45 minutes until the press conference, guys. So 4 Democrats in the House today have called for him have jumped on board and called for Biden to not run. Let me just say a quick thanks to our moderators. We have Ruth Krafasi moderating. Thank you, Ruth, so much. And we have Havasu Mom moderating. Thank you, Havasu Mom. We also have Kay Larry Body moderating, Linda Belk and Larry. And one moment here. Big Ball of Yarn, I Got That Fire, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Tariag moderating over there on Twitch. And thanks for your support on Twitch, Ascertainment, Flyers51, and Relila, and Ann Carolyn 0113. And thanks, Ann Riley, for your support as well. And I do want to, so this press conference coming up, so it's important, but like, I just want to put out there, like, I don't know that, like, I can't imagine that if he comes out there and just does like a normal press conference, I don't know that that's really going to satisfy members of Congress and prominent Democrats who don't want him to run. And also, you know, if there's Democratic voters out there who watch that debate and were like, wow, I don't think this guy can really handle this. I don't know. I don't think they're going to watch a press conference, I mean, and just suddenly say, oh, he can do it. By the way, and again, especially because I have a feeling I might be wrong here, but no matter what, how he does, if the press conference is just press saying, are you going to step down? What do you think about Nancy Pelosi not really supporting you that much yesterday when she did a TV appearance? What do you think about these new people today saying they don't want you to run? You know, these kind of things. What do you think about this report coming out today that there's people on your staff who are working to help get you reelected who think you can't win? If that's all the questions are, I don't care how good a job he does at answering them. I don't think that's going to look great for him anyway. So certainly if he were to come out, right, and it was like the debate was, I mean, obviously that would be really terrible for him. And you know, you'd have a lot more people saying, well, we don't want him to run. But I don't know that there's that big downside. Is there really such a great upside to today? I don't know. It seems like there's this momentum, and people have, look, if you saw the debate, you saw the debate. At a certain point, you can't unsee the debate. Anyways, so we'll have to see what he does. And again, I don't even know how long it's going to be. I don't know how many questions he's going to take at this press conference, but it'll be interesting. We'll have it live in 1 hour and 42 minutes. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a poll. I'm going to do a poll, and I'm going to say, will the press conference be longer or shorter than 20 minutes? Will the press conference be longer or shorter for 20 minutes? I will say, if he goes out there and does like a 10-minute press conference, if he goes out there and takes 5 questions and then leaves, that's not going to look good, I don't think. So I'm going to ask that question. I'll say 20 minutes. I mean, I could ask 15, but I'm going to say 20. Will the press conference be longer than 20 minutes? I'm posting this on Twitch and YouTube. We'll see what you guys have to say. You might say 20 minutes is a long time, but it actually, I mean, presidents sometimes give way longer press conferences than that. Let me just show you guys what our YouTube audience is saying in answer to that poll question. Oops, hang on. Hang on. Okay, the current vote in YouTube is 79% no, 21% yes. Over there on Twitch, it is 77% no, 23% yes. Most of you think it'll be shorter than 20 minutes. Elizabeth G. said Kate, her press secretary said it would be more than 4 questions. Well, most of you don't think it's going to be longer than 20 minutes. I appreciate you voting. The press conference starts in an hour and 39 minutes. It was originally going to be at 5:30 and it got rescheduled today to 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, hang on a moment. I want to talk about some other news updates while we wait for this press conference. All right, I'm ending the poll. It was 79% on YouTube say it will not be longer than 20 minutes. And over there on Twitch, 80% say it will not be longer than 20 minutes. Now, a reason I bring up the timing too is if I assume a big reason he's giving this press conference is to try to convince people that, like, you know, the debate was some blip and that he can go out there and take questions and look impressive doing it. You know, if he goes out there for 10 minutes and then leaves, I don't know that really changes people's minds. I mean, nothing he might do might change people's minds. You might think, well, I saw the debate. Nothing's going to change my mind after the debate. But, you know, the debate was, you know, what, an hour, 90 minutes long. Andrew Schlegel says, was this planned before today? Yeah, this press conference was planned before today. I don't know that it was planned like 2 months ago. I honestly don't know. But this press conference has been talked about for at least a week now or so. So it's a good question as to when exactly this press conference was scheduled. Maybe it was something they were always planning on doing. I don't know exactly. Was it always planned to be a solo press conference? I don't know. I honestly don't know. But it was not just planned today. Thanks to Genesis 1:1, by the way. So I want to mention a couple stories here. Hang on. Constantly checking for updates. Okay, so a couple different stories today I want to mention. One story today, which we haven't talked about yet, is that NBC News reports that several of Biden's closest allies, including 3 people directly involved in efforts to re-elect him, told NBC News they now see his chances of winning as 0. One Biden campaign official told NBC News he needs to drop out. He will never recover from this. You just have these leaks where people who are working for Biden and working for the campaign, they're just leaking. And they're going to reporters and they're telling them this stuff. And again, they don't name the campaign official, but NBC News knows who it is. It's not like the phone rang at NBC News and they're like, hello, and somebody whispers, I'm a campaign official. I'm not going to tell you my name, but here's my quote. They're not going to quote that. They know who the person is. The person said, like, don't put my name in there. So, but this is what's happening. So that came out today. Another person working to elect him told NBC News, no one involved in the effort thinks he has a path. A third person close to the re-election campaign told NBC News the questions swirling around Biden's cognitive abilities, the lack of fundraising, and more polls showing Biden dropping in support and other candidates faring better is unsustainable. The person also said they didn't see how the campaign could win. All of them spoke on the condition of anonymity because they don't want to be seen as further damaging the candidate, who they appreciate for his victory over Trump in 2020. Okay, so again, that's an NBC News story which came out today. The New York Times came out with a story today. Some Biden advisors are discussing how to persuade him to step aside. New York Times reports some longtime aides and advisors to President Biden have become increasingly convinced he will have to step aside from the campaign, and in recent days, they have been trying to come up with ways to persuade him that he should, according to 3 people briefed on the matter. And then they said a small group of Biden's advisors in the administration and the campaign, at least 2 of whom have told allies they do not believe he should keep trying to run for a second term, have said they would have to convince the president of several things. The Times said that they would have to convince him that he cannot win. They would have to convince him that another candidate like Vice President Harris could win, and they have to assure him that the process to choose another candidate would be orderly and not devolve into chaos in the Democratic Party. Anyways, so that's an example of 2 stories which have come out today, which it's just people in the campaign, people in the Biden orbit, they are talking to the press and leaking these things, and it doesn't look good. So those stories just came out. I think both of them came out this afternoon. I want to take some comments here, and I'm constantly checking for updates. Politico has an article that just came out. Democrats are freaking out about Biden even in once safely blue states. Democrats' concerns about Biden's ability to win are expanding beyond this cycle's predetermined battlegrounds into states that long ago turned blue in presidential elections. They talk about New Hampshire, they talk Maine, they mention Minnesota and New Mexico in this article. Anyways, Politico just came out. Oh, they came out with that this morning, that story. 1 hour and 31 minutes and 55 seconds until the live press conference. We're going to be bringing it to you live. Look, guys. Look. President Biden holds a press conference live in 91 minutes. There it is. I think it's at the White House. I assume it's at the White House. I don't know for sure. It's definitely in Washington, D.C. I know it's at Washington, D.C. But I think it's at the White House, but I'm not sure. Maybe I'm. Oh, is it going to be at the NATO thing? Okay, I might be wrong about that. Some of you are saying it's like at the NATO Convention Center or something. Let me see if I can get I know where I can get it. It says here, yes, It is at the Walter E. Washington Convention Center in Washington. So thanks for the correction to the chat. It's at the Walter E. Washington Convention Center in Washington, which is where the NATO summit's been taking place. Okay, that's where it is. That is according to the website. Roll Call has his schedule on it. All right, I was wrong about that. So it's at the Convention Center in D.C. where the NATO summit's been taking place. Thanks, chat. No, I'm showing it live. We're showing it live. I will have live video for you of the press conference coming up in an hour and 30 minutes. We are showing it live. Live video coming up. And then we'll take your comments on it after. I am constantly scanning around, just making sure I don't have extra updates, because we keep hearing updates. Ooh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. The influential Cook Political Report, has just come out and said they have switched Michigan's Senate race from leans Democrat to toss-up. Okay, they just posted on their X account 8 minutes ago. They said, as Senate Democrats attempt to defy President Biden's gravitational pull, Michigan's Senate race moves from lean Democrat to toss-up. This comes, I think, one day after they made a bunch of adjustments. Yes, so 2 days ago, Cook Political Report shifted 6 electoral college ratings towards Republicans. And that's for the president. Arizona from toss-up to lean Republican. Georgia from toss-up to lean Republican. Minnesota from likely Democratic to lean Democratic. Nebraska 02, part of Nebraska from likely D to lean D. New Hampshire, likely Democrat to lean Democrat. And Nevada, toss-up to lean Republican. So this is a new one. It just came out. They're quite respected and influential, the Cook Political Report. They said they are changing their rating for the Michigan Senate race from lean Democrat to toss-up. Look, and this is a big reason that many members of Congress either have, well, so far I think it's about 15 or so, have Democratic members of Congress have said they don't want Biden to run. But a big reason that many members of Congress are concerned and whether or not they've publicly said they don't want Biden to run is they think that Biden could drag down Democratic candidates running for the House and the Senate. And you can see that's why Cook Political Report says, as Senate Democrats attempt to defy President Biden's gravitational pull, Michigan's Senate race moves from lean D to toss-up. And Jessica Taylor from Cook Political Report says incumbent Democrats are running ahead of Biden in the Senate for Congress seats for now, but I think she means that she's specifically saying the Senate. Little data so far, but open seats harder without established brand. And then the Michigan Senate race. Is this it here? Yes. Hill Harper Do I have this right? And Elissa Slotkin? Slotkin is the candidate for the U.S. Senate. Hang on. Oh, wait, I got that wrong. I'm sorry. I think I got that wrong. I'm not up to date on the Michigan Senate race. I should be, so I apologize for that. Slotkin and Rogers. Slotkin and Rogers. Mike Rogers is the Republican candidate. And, they actually, you know what? They haven't had their primary yet. Is that what it is? That's why I'm getting confused. When is the Michigan primary? Yes, the primary all right, I was getting very confused. I thought they had their primary already. The primary in Michigan is on August 6th. That's when they have. So that's what's going on. There's more than two candidates. Anyways, regardless of, for Democrats, Hill Harper and Elissa Slotkin are running, and hang on a second here. For Republicans, it says on Wikipedia there are 4 candidates running: Mike Rogers, Justin Amash, Sherry O'Donnell, and Sandy Pensler. Just to get that clear. Anyways, regardless of who ends up winning the primaries there, I need to read more about the Michigan Senate race. Cook Political Report has just changed their overall assessment of the Michigan Senate seat race from leans Dem to toss-up. And they say it's because of Biden. They imply it in what they said. They said, as Senate Democrats attempt to defy President Biden's gravitational pull, Michigan Senate race moves from leans Democrat to toss-up. All right. Sorry for my confusion about the Michigan Senate race, folks. Oh, and by the way, in addition to representatives who have come out and openly said they don't want Biden to run, there's also people who are saying things that show that they probably don't want him to run, but they don't explicitly say that. So here's an example I just saw right now. This is Marie Gluesenkamp Perez, who is a Democrat in Congress from Washington State. You can see her picture right there. So according to Nicholas Wu, who is with Politico, he says that she has said, he quotes her, Marie Gluesenkamp Perez, as saying, like most people I represent in Southwest Washington, I doubt the president's judgment about his health, his fitness to do the job, and whether he is the one making important decisions about our country rather than unelected advisors. Nicholas Wu with Politico says she's coming right up to the edge. The crisis of confidence in the president's leadership needs to come to an end. The president should do what he knows is right for the country and put the national interest first. Now, this is somebody in Congress, Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez. She hasn't officially said yet that Biden shouldn't run, but she's basically saying it here. She's basically saying it, right? So there's some people in Congress, Democrats, saying stuff like this, where they're not officially on the list of Biden should run, but she's basically saying that here. So, there's people like this too. Our viewer, Johnny Autonomous, says they're hedging their bets. I mean, I don't know if she's hedging her bets because it basically sounds like she's saying don't run. I don't know how much of a hedge that is. DLR thinks it's passive aggressive and cowardly. Jesse's girl says doing the old sidestep. Thanks, Louis R. Oh, Louis, yeah, I just, coincidentally, Louis, you mentioned her, but she didn't specifically say he shouldn't run. Louis R. just mentioned the same person. Thanks, Nick, for your support as well, and Riley Niemi. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's a little weird here. So, again, it seems like she didn't explicitly say here. So like Andrew Solinder with Axios, who's a congressional reporter, he posted about this too. This is getting posted about a bunch now. And he says KGW News had this first. It's the same quote I just showed you from Democratic Representative Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez. But again, if you look at the actual quote, she doesn't explicitly say I think he should stop running. But she does say the crisis of confidence in the president's leadership needs to come to an end. The president should do what he knows is right for the country and put the national interest first. I mean, she basically says it. Maybe some of you count this as her saying that he should not run. I mean, she doesn't exactly say the words, but, So I leave it to you to decide whether to count this as another Democratic representative saying he shouldn't run. I mean, she pretty much says he shouldn't. Chaz thinks when she says, I doubt the president's judgment about his health, his fitness to do the job, and whether he is the one making important decisions for our country rather than unelected advisors. I mean, that's pretty harsh too. So KGW, which originally reported this, their headline is, she suggests Biden should resign and drop out of presidential race. Did she say resign? Oh, I'm sorry. In the article in KGW, it says she strongly implied that he should resign and drop out of the race, although she stopped short of directly saying so. So the original source for this was KGW, and KGW says that she strongly implied he should resign and drop out, although she stopped short of directly saying so. Anyways, I think you can count her as another, I would count her as another one who's saying he shouldn't run. And that just came out now. That just came out now. I think the headline is bad on KGW. I think the report is fine. I think whoever wrote the headline, it should have the word implied in there. I don't think it did. Guys, there's an hour and 16 minutes. Look, I don't have to tell you this. I mean, it seems like we're on a path to mass Democratic congressional defections from Biden. Given that we're at about 15 who are definitely openly out, and there's a number who have come out and said stuff like we just read you, where it's clearly suggesting they don't want him to run, but they don't explicitly say it. And there's a bunch of reporting out there saying that there's a lot of Democrats in Congress who don't want him to run and don't think he can win, but just haven't come out and explicitly said it yet. It just feels like this momentum is on its way and picking up, I guess. And it has that feeling of building and building and building. Now, no matter how many Democrats come out and say, I don't want him to run, it's up to him. It's up to him. It's his choice to make. He's got the delegates, so it's his choice to make. What we don't have yet is somebody of the level of like a Chuck Schumer or a Nancy Pelosi or Hakeem Jeffries or some, or even like this could make a difference, like a Bill or Hillary Clinton or Barack Obama, or just somebody who's at like a higher stature level in the Democratic Party coming out and openly saying he should not run. We haven't seen that yet. We've seen some lukewarm support from some people, but it feels like maybe the next step, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you'll get a lot of rank and file people just coming out more and more, but we haven't seen one of like the headliners come out and explicitly say he should not run. I feel like that would be a huge moment if one of them did that. LL says Obama pulling the strings behind the scenes. Now, Obama came out after the debate and publicly in support of Joe Biden, but who knows who's talking to who behind the scenes and all that. 1 hour and 13 minutes, guys. So with all this going on, it's really just a striking thing that's happening. We have this press conference coming up. With Biden, while all this stuff is going on, what is it, 4? Is it 4 or 5? 4 or 5 members of Congress have already said today, Democrats, no, we don't want him to run. And then there's several others who have basically said we don't want him to run, but didn't exactly use the words. There's stories coming out about people who, working for his reelection who think he can't win. And thinking about trying to convince him that he can't win and that he should pull out of the race. And then he's going to be giving this press conference while all this is going on. So it's really kind of a crazy situation. Air Jordan says oust maybe tonight or tomorrow due to NATO in town right now. As I mentioned, there is reporting suggesting that some members of Congress are waiting until the end of the NATO summit, which ends today. And I believe this might be technically the last event of the NATO summit. I'm not sure, but it is being given where the NATO summit is, this press conference at this convention center in D.C. I mean, could we see literally right after the press conference more announcements coming out? If not, then maybe tomorrow? Ray Old thinks Biden needs to stay the course. No, 15 is like the total number. Before today, there were, 10 or 11, I think, who had come out, members of Congress, Democrat, and said they didn't want him to run. There's been one Democratic senator who openly said they didn't want him to run. It was, I think that's a senator from Vermont. Let me show you that. Peter Welch. Senator Peter Welch. The New York Times reported yesterday, Senator Peter Welch of Vermont said, we can't unsee what we saw at the debate. Age was a big issue going into the debate, and it was an opportunity, obviously, that the White House saw to put that to rest. And coming out of the debate, it intensified it, and that's a real problem. Oh, he also posted an op-ed in the Washington Post, too. Welch told the New York Times he's heard from voters in his state who are terrified about the prospect of another Trump presidency. He said President Biden was no longer the person up for the task. And then, if you want to read it on the Washington Post, Peter Welch, senator from Vermont, posted an article, and the title is, Biden should withdraw for the good of the country. We need him to put us first, as he has done before. And also in the article, he did mention, he said, states that were once strongholds are now leaning Republican. These new shifts in Minnesota, New Hampshire, Nevada, Arizona, and Georgia must be taken seriously, not denied or ignored. That's Senator Peter Welch yesterday saying he thinks Biden should not run. Whew. Wow. Wow. What's going to come out next? What's going to come out next? I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything here. I got to check some of your comments too. Whew. Alan Mandel says, which Democrats have unbridled support for Biden? I don't know off the top of my head who has. I know like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, I believe, has come out and said she supports him. So I don't off the top of my head know the list of which ones have come out and said he should definitely run and we shouldn't question that. I mean, there's been some. Although I wouldn't be surprised if some of them reconsider eventually, if that's the way this ends up going, if there's a flood of people. I mean, I'm looking at an article where Lou Correa from, California gave supportive comments. That Roll Call published, as did Maxine Waters and Jasmine Crockett. So, but I don't have ready at hand a list in my mind of everyone what they've said about Biden. Thanks for writing in, Alan Mandel. But there are some. Jeannie F. says, is the press conference tonight controlled or a free-for-all? I mean, he's going to be up there and he's going to be calling on people. Are people all going to be yelling at him at once? I have no idea. I don't know how it's going to work. I don't know what the scene is going to be like. You know, he did an appearance at the White House like a month or two ago, where he spoke at the White House, and it started like becoming like lots of people yelling questions at him, and then him like picking people. So I don't know how it's going to work. I mean, maybe people are going to be told, don't yell your questions. We'll have to see. All right, give me a shout. What are you guys thinking about this press conference coming up? An hour and 5 minutes. What are you looking for? Are you expecting anything? Give me a shout at Lookner on X. Student Handicap says, our viewer, the Student Handicap says, the steady flow of Democrats coming out against Biden reminds me of the steady flow that has started the exodus of ministers that resulted in Boris Johnson's resignation here in the UK. Just to be clear, and thanks, Student Handicap. Just to be clear, I think technically there are more that have come out publicly in support of Biden than not. But I also think that I would not be surprised to see some people who came out in support of him eventually change their mind. And there have been a bunch of like kind of wishy-washy support. Like Nancy Pelosi yesterday. Nancy Pelosi, even though Biden has already said he's going to run, Nancy Pelosi going on Morning Joe on MSNBC and saying that when asked if she thinks he should run, she said something like, I want him to do what he wants to do, and that he should make his decision. I support whatever decision he makes, even though he's already decided technically. So she could have came out much stronger. Schumer gave comments. There was a story floating around last night claiming that Chuck Schumer was open to a different candidate, and then he made a statement. He released a statement after, and it didn't deny the story, which he could have. There's been a bunch of lukewarm, I would say, support too. Yeah, I mean, there's an NBC headline, NBC News yesterday saying Nancy Pelosi stops short of saying Biden should stay in the race, says time is running short for him to decide. Now, that's even though he's already said he wants to run. And she said, I want him to do whatever he decides to do. So that's a much less supportive comment than just saying, like, of course he should be the candidate. Of course I support him. We shouldn't be considering anybody else. Why are you even asking me these questions? That's stupid. She didn't say that. Jim's World says Joe had a bad night. Big deal. He is back. What is Biden going to talk about, said Mr. Poncho? I don't even know that he's going to give remarks. Maybe it's a press conference. That's what it's billed at. It's not billed as a speech. Now, maybe he'll come out and start by saying, hey, the NATO summit's been going really good. We did this, this, and this. Now I'm going to take your questions. I don't know if he's going to give opening remarks or not. Maybe he will. Thanks for your support on Twitch, Barker J. Roar. I appreciate that. Relila, Moontase. I got that fire. Flyers 51, thank you. An hour and 1 minute until the press conference. We're going to be bringing it to you live. Live Biden press conference. Live Biden press conference coming up in an hour. It could be really kind of crazy if there's a lot of questions which are like, are you going to drop out of the race? What do you think about all these new candidates today, all these new Democratic Congress people who say you should drop out of the race? What do you think about the stories coming out saying people who work for you don't think you can win? Our viewer Kelly Smith said, "This is all embarrassing to the U.S. Enough of it." I think that's what Kelly said. Her comment flew by. Yes, we are going to stream the press conference. We are going to stream the press conference. I guess I'll put that up because people keep asking it. I'll actually put it on the screen that we're going to be streaming it. Hang on a moment here. Hang on, I'll put it on the screen. Because I keep getting the question. Hang on, hang on, hang on. All right, is this going to work? Let's see if this works. Let's see if this works. There. Oh no, sorry. It'll work in a second. That's old. Why is this not working? Oh, my thing is there. It is. Oops, there's a typo. How's that? Now you know. Now you know we're showing it. Maybe I'll put some more spacing in there. Thank you, Colleen Typon, for your support. She says it will either be historic or hysterical. Wow. Thanks, Riley Niemi. I appreciate that. Yeah, so I'm checking my stuff. I'm getting a lot of messages on X. I'm sorry if I don't read your message. There's a lot of messages here. I can't read them all. So I really appreciate you writing to me on X and tagging me and stuff. So thank you. And thanks, Penny, for your support. I really appreciate it. Oh, will the press conference be delayed? That's a good question from Joel Smith. So it's not infrequent that Biden events and previous presidents, I mean, this happened with Trump too, get delayed. I'd be surprised if it was delayed by that much because there's so many people waiting for it and it's been like scheduled way in advance. And so I have a hard time thinking they're going to be keeping everybody waiting for a long time. But just because it's a presidential event, I would not be surprised if it's delayed. So I don't know. I don't think it would look good for them if this thing starts late because so many people are going to be waiting for it. If it starts like that late. Thanks to Penny for your support and also me as well. But a good question. KM, our viewer, says, I am not a fan of the president's policies at all, but I sincerely feel bad for him. That's from KM, our viewer. Thank you for writing in. Pip Johnson says, our viewer, with the amount of people who have asked him to not run, would even the best press conference possible change their minds and roll back these requests? I mean, so I think you have to be realistic about what the best press conference would be for him. He's not going to come out and be 40 years old Joe Biden. It doesn't work that way. So I mean, if you just watch his appearances the last year or two, you can see what he will be like. It's not going to be some kind of radical departure. So given my experience on what he's usually like, I can't imagine anything he does that he goes out there and people who are greatly concerned after the debate are just like, oh, I don't have concerns anymore. You know? I mean, I think you can imagine some kind of fantasy scenario in your head where he comes out and he looks like 50 years old and he's just talking completely differently. Like he took like some potion of youth or something like that. But that's not happening. So I don't know what, realistically, if we're going to be realistic, I think there's a certain level that this will, a certain ceiling on the performance. Also, I do think it could be difficult PR-wise if the questions are all just about him dropping out of the race. And also, he does have a tendency to get defensive. And I just say this as someone who has watched a number of his events. When he's questioned in public, he can get very defensive. So if all the questions are about him dropping out and negative questions towards him, you saw him get defensive with George Stephanopoulos. I think it could become just this one question after the other about him dropping out and him being defensive about it. And I don't think that kind of press conference is going to be convincing to people who think there's a real problem here. Look, as I said, I mean, I think it's an important press conference, but more for the potential downside than potential upside. I don't see the giant upside here. If he were to do one of these a week, and then 2 or 3 times a week do live interviews and town halls, and then one after the other, he was just totally on the ball, and then you might be like, okay, I guess. I don't know, it'd be like confusing because you'd be like, how did he act like that in the debate and act like this now? But there's no sign of that actually happening. Just Cause thinks he's going to drop out today? I don't know, that'd be a pretty sudden transition. Although you don't know, I mean, if that situation in which he decides to drop out, would we be hearing rumblings several days in advance? Would it be a sudden decision? I do think you could see, after the press conference today or tomorrow, you could see a bunch more Democrats in Congress start speaking out. But maybe not. Maybe 50 of them total. Maybe 50 Democratic representatives total say he shouldn't run explicitly and that's it. But we are seeing a bunch more come out. Norman Zolko says, well, this press conference will be with the other leaders in the room. I've just heard it's a solo press conference, so I assume it's just him. I don't know why they would be there for his press conference unless they wanted to go to it and they gave them a seat or something. I don't know about that. But he's going to be the only one up there from what I know. Hey, thanks so much, A to Z. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you, A to Z. Thank you so much for your support of the channel. Also, JRT, thank you, JRT, and Oliver Hernandez. We have 51 minutes. Oh my gosh, 51 minutes. The New York Times says this is his first solo news conference in 8 months. It's his first solo news conference in 8 months. By the way, I want to pass along a report today from Andrew Desiderio with Punchbowl. Andrew Desiderio of Punchbowl said, so there was a meeting between Senate Democrats and Biden advisors today. And Andrew Desiderio of Punchbowl reported that Senate Democrats got heated with Biden advisors, according to 2 Democratic senators who were present. A number of Democrats told the Biden team that they're being put in an untenable position defending something that so many of their constituents felt was obvious. Andrew Desiderio of Punchbowl also said the message to Biden advisors was, per one senator, where has he been? The only way this thing is going to go away is if he deals with it, and he hasn't dealt with it, and you guys have been avoiding it. Phil Knife and Tool says, this has been a mess for a while. Oh, what's going on right now? Is there another event that the White House is showing? Hang on, guys. There's like another event. Hang on a moment. There's another event going on right now. Let me show you this right now. Oh, I can't play the music. Hold on. There's music playing. Let me show you this. There's an event on the Ukraine compact going on. I don't know if Biden's going to appear there. Is he going to speak? Let me get this up on the screen for you. Okay, so that's live. Now, what's happening here? Is he going to speak? That's the White House is broadcasting this. Have they turned the music off?
President of Ukraine.
There's still music playing. I got to be careful here. But we're watching this.
Tired of hearing from all of us, but we got an important thing to do today. It's a way to close this conference. Good afternoon, everyone. When Putin launched his brutal war over 2 years ago, I promised President Zelensky the United States and our allies and our partners would stand with him for the people of Ukraine as they defended their country. Since then, all of you, all my fellow leaders, have built a global coalition to support Ukraine, supplied economic and humanitarian support, supplied weapons that Ukraine needs to defend itself. And 2 days ago, I announced a historic donation of air defense equipment to protect Ukrainian cities, troops, and from Russian missiles. And here today, with all these important people behind me, we take another important step in our collective support for Ukraine. We refer to it as the Ukraine Compact. And here's how it works. Last year, the G7 nations signed onto a declaration to protect Ukraine long term, not just for the duration of this war, but beyond after they win. 25 additional countries quickly joined them and pledged to negotiate and sign a bilateral security agreement with Ukraine. Now, 1 year later, more than 20 countries plus the European Union have completed and signed these agreements. And more countries are finalizing theirs as we speak. This compact brings all those countries together in a unified, coordinated, and comprehensive architecture to support Ukraine, not just for now, but for years in the future. In the short term, we'll continue to supply Ukraine with the weapons, munitions, and training they need to repel Russian forces. In the medium term, we'll help build a future force that has the strength and the capabilities both to defend Ukraine and deter further aggression. In the long term, after this war is over, if Putin ever tries it again, all the countries that endorsed the compact have pledged to have Ukraine's back, just like we have it now. You heard me say it before. We're building a bridge to NATO for Ukraine, a pathway leading to an eventual membership as they continue to implement important domestic reforms. This compact, which is on the stage here, is a central piece of that bridge. What happens to Ukraine matters. It matters to all of Europe. It matters to NATO. Quite frankly, it matters to the whole world. We're united against Putin's senseless and brutal war. We are united behind Ukraine as it fights to defend its freedom and its future. We're united behind a vision of the world where free countries like Ukraine do not have to fear aggression from a brutal tyrant next door. I want to commend you, Ukrainian armed forces, as their defense secretary leaders are here as well, and the Ukrainian people. You're incredible. But through all of your country, you're incredible. Their courage, their determination, the sacrifices they've made. And I commend all the nations that stepped up when it counted to stand with Ukraine. I've said before, Russia will not prevail in this war. Ukraine will prevail in this war. And we'll stand with them every single step of the way. That's what the compact says, loudly and clearly. And now I want to hand it over to the President of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President, we're going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating Putin, we got to worry about it. Anyway, Mr. President.
I'm better.
You are a hell of a lot better.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
All right, I'm not going to... So we just heard him speak. He did correct himself right after he said President Putin. I thought he wasn't going to correct himself, but he did correct himself right away. So, I mean, that's the kind of thing is like those things, those little slips, like they're so magnified now because everybody's watching Biden when he speaks for things, you know? So, anyways, so this is not the press conference, but you just saw him speak, Biden, and he's right there. I mean, look, if you want to know what's he going to be like during the news conference, I mean, I don't know for sure, but he's probably going to be like he just was, right? I mean, we just saw him speak. And the news conference is in 43 minutes if it starts on time. So, I mean, that's what he was like. You just heard him speak. So that's what he's probably going to be like. You know, is that going to convince people that who have like, serious doubts about his candidacy? So let's keep this up on the screen, and if Biden speaks again, I'll put the volume on and we can hear him. But this is not the press conference. The press conference starts in 42 minutes. Actually, let me put up the thing on the screen here too. This is the event like before the press conference. But I saw this, the White House just started showing this, so we got to see him speak. I didn't know Biden would be speaking, so I figured I'd put it up there. Hey, thanks so much, Baby Blue Sky, who says, will Biden step aside for Kamala Harris? Well, if he steps aside, it's not up to him who the next candidate would be. Oh, hold on a second here. I mean, that's going to be up to the Democratic Party delegates. If it's before the convention. I mean, he might be able to endorse her, but he can't. It's not his choice to make. So we don't know if he stepped aside who the next candidate. It could be her. It's up to the Democratic Party delegates to decide if it's done before the convention. Hang on a second here. What did I do? All right, so they're leaving. Biden's leaving, and everybody's clapping. Okay, there we go. All right, so that was it. That was all right. So we can get off of that event now, and now we'll go to this one. There, that's the upcoming one right there. Biden holds a press conference. All right, so 41 minutes. So thank you, Baby Blue Sky. So will he step aside? We don't know. If he does step aside, who would the new candidate be? If he steps aside before the Democratic convention, the Democratic delegates would need to vote on it. And maybe there'd be some debates and town halls with potential candidates, and then they'd have to choose somebody. Thank you so much, Baby Blue Sky. Thank you to Toastmaster for your support. Camus, thank you for your support. Budget Girl as well. Budget Girl says, are there about how many people are in the Congressional Black Caucus and Hispanic Caucus? That I don't know. I think there are 55 in the House and 3 in the Senate. By the way, I think there might have been statements that came out from like the heads maybe of the Congressional Black Caucus and Hispanic Caucus saying we support Biden, but that's not every single member coming out and saying that. Anyways, but I don't want to put words in people's mouths. But just to be clear, you know, if there's a statement from the head of the caucus, it doesn't mean that every single caucus member is definitely behind that statement. I read some story somewhere that said, and I can't remember what it was, but it was like the last couple days, and it was somebody from the Congressional Black Caucus, I believe, saying like they were upset that either the head of the caucus or the caucus came out with this statement and hadn't consulted the members about the statement. Anyways, so I'm not up to date on what every single member of Congress, what they've publicly said about Biden or not, or privately. If you know, thank you to Budget Girl. All right, 39 minutes. 39 minutes until the press conference. 39 minutes until he holds the press conference. We're going to have it live for you. We are going to have it live for you guys. You know, and I'm seeing this is being reported now. So we just saw it. And now I'm seeing it being reported. People, different outlets are reporting that President Biden called Zelensky President Putin, and then he immediately corrected it himself. I'll play that for you, but see, now it's getting all this press. I'm seeing it being reported like all these places. So this is a problem for Biden now. I'll show it to you again. You know, and he corrected himself right after, but these things are going to get magnified now. Here, I'll show you that moment again. Let me get it queued up here for you. All right, this was moments ago in Washington, D.C., moments ago.
When it counted, to stand with Ukraine. I've said before, Russia will not prevail in this war. Ukraine will prevail in this war, and we'll stand with them every single step of the way. That's what the compact says, loudly and clearly. And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. He's going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating Putin, we got to worry about it. Anyway, Mr. President.
I'm better.
You are a hell of a lot better.
Thank you so much.
Hey, look, people make mistakes. I make mistakes where I make mistakes on the air where I use the wrong word. But these things are just going to be magnified now. And, you know, when he made that mistake, I saw it and I was like, okay, well, you know, these things happen. And now I'm looking on my news feed and I see it being reported everywhere. So it's just, with all this scrutiny on him, these things are going to get a lot of attention. Jeff Mason says the room gasped. He's a Reuters White House correspondent. He said the room gasped when he did that. And then, you know what? That's going to be, I'm literally seeing, I'm like all these different reporters and all these different outlets are now posting videos of that. You know, it's a perfect video clip for news outlets to show. One of our viewers, Mansura, says it's a particularly bad gaffe at a bad time. It's not great timing. But now the video is floating around everywhere. And you know what will happen is it'll also get posted, and some of the people who post it won't even post his correction of it. So, anyways. Our viewer, Stephen H., says the worst timing. Well, that's leading up to the press conference. That happened about 45 minutes before the press conference. The RNC research account, which is the Republican Party Twitter account, already has it posted. They already have the clip posted of him saying President Putin. They already posted it. So just so you know. Our viewer, I Am Dragon, says the timing of it happening is everything. I'll play the clip one more time. I'll play it one more time. Here it is again. This just happened like 15 minutes ago.
We're united behind a vision of the world where free countries like Ukraine. I want to commend Ukrainian armed forces. Their defense secretary leaders are here as well. And the Ukrainian people. You're incredible. But through all of your country, you're incredible. Their courage, the determination, the sacrifices they've made. And I commend all the nations that stepped up when it counted to stand with Ukraine. I've said before, Russia will not prevail in this war. Ukraine will prevail in this war. And we'll stand with them every single step of the way. That's what the compact says, loudly and clearly. And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. He's going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating Putin, we got to worry about it. Anyway, Mr. President.
I'm better.
You are a hell of a lot better.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
All right, so that was that. That was that. It just happened. Not a good time for that to happen for him. Let's see here. We have 31 minutes. Katie Rogers of the New York Times says that of the President Putin error we just heard, she says he immediately caught himself, but he made what should have been a preventable mistake on what is turning out to be the most high-stakes day of his post-debate campaign. And again, this is getting a lot of play in the press. Hey, thanks to Aaron Dooley. Aaron says it's like a bad SNL skit. I appreciate it, Aaron Dooley and Jewish Wonder. Thanks for your support. The Moom. The Moom says voters should choose, not delegates. The problem is, and I can't give you a specific explanation of this, but I believe there are practical reasons why, if he pulled out of the race this late, it would just be impractical to do this 50-state primary where Democrats across the country come vote. Now, I can't tell you exactly why. Technically, it's impractical, but my guess is that there are reasons that would make that practically impossible to do. I don't know for sure, but that would be my guess. That would be my guess. But I can't be 100% sure. Hey, thanks to Kristen Gates for your support. She says, I think he will be flustered and it will be embarrassing. Certainly, you know, he probably has a lot on his mind. A number of members, I think either 4 or 5 members of Congress have come out today, Democrats, and said they don't want him to run, Democratic members of Congress. You know, there's reporting coming out today that we've talked about, stories where people who are close to Biden or working for his campaign or, you know, that kind of thing, come out and say they don't think he can win and that he shouldn't run. And, you know, they're giving anonymous quotes and leaking to different news outlets. There's a story about people who went to this event with him on Juneteenth saying that he didn't look good. So there's all that. And now he has to, you know, maybe he's thinking, oh, I just made this Putin mistake. So he's got a lot on his mind. You know, so we'll see how he does at this press conference in 29 minutes. 29 minutes. I'm also just checking for news updates here. Hang on a second. But we're going to have that live for you. We're going to have it live for you in 28 minutes. Asgard Fallen thinks that the White House posted that video, hold on, just before to give him a win, and it just made him even worse. Yeah, so I think they very well might have showed that video anyway. They do post stuff. But yeah, I mean, it is a public relations appearance for him, and that's not a great thing to come out of it for him, is that clip of him saying President Putin. Yeah, I don't know what else I can do, guys. I'm still getting questions in the chat. Are you showing the press conference? I mean, literally writing in English on a scroll, which is on the screen at all times, saying we will be showing the press conference live at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I don't really know what more I can do to convey this to you. So you're just on your own. If you're still wondering about it, I can't help you anymore. Thanks, Who Shot JR, for your support over there on Twitch, and Relila for the Gigantify amount and on-screen celebrations. All right. "50 Shades of Mahomes," our viewer says, why even have elections anymore? We've seen Republicans ignore voters with the attempted coup. Now Democrats are ignoring voters and undermining the candidate the constituents voted for. Sad times for American democracy. Thanks for the coverage. So someone brought this up yesterday, 50 Shades of Mahomes. This argument that that somehow it's like undermining democracy if Biden is told not to run. Now, first of all, whether or not he runs is up to Biden. That's Biden's choice. But also, I do want to address, I'm going to say the same things I said yesterday. Two things. First of all, many Democratic voters feel that they were not actually given a choice in the primary. The party, I'm not an expert on the history of the Democratic Party, but it seems like the party basically decided to not have a competitive primary. It was not a competitive primary. There were no competitive, realistic alternates running against Joe Biden. So there's many Democrats out there who say, we were never given a choice. Also, there's also a number of Democrats out there now who say, I didn't know that Joe Biden was like this. When I went to vote for him in the primary, I didn't know he was as bad as he was during the debate. This is new information, or you kept that information from me. If I had known that, I would not have even voted for him. So I think those are certainly powerful responses to the claim that people coming out and saying he should not run is undermining democracy. So that, and those I know are views that a number of Democrats have. Now, maybe you don't agree with me, but, also I gotta say, I don't think that congressional representatives who are either coming out and saying they don't want Biden to run explicitly, or thinking it and saying something more wishy-washy in public, I don't think they're saying that, and after all of their constituents are coming to them saying, like, you have to have Biden run, don't come out against Biden. I think if congressional representatives were talking to their constituents and they were all saying, what are you doing? Support Biden. We love Biden. You have to support him. I think they'd be supporting him. So I do think, and there's a number of congressional representatives who've come out and said, my constituents are telling me they're really concerned about this. And, so again, I don't think it's the case that the vast majority of Democratic voters, and there's also prefer Biden and are strong supporters of Biden, and it might be taken away from them. Also, there's plenty of polling out there. Polling suggesting that the majority of Democrats think he's too old to be president. I mean, there's a number of polls there. So, I do think there are severe challenges to the argument claiming that that coming out and trying to pressure Biden to drop out of the race is like somehow working against democracy by not giving Democratic voters a choice. Now, you can argue about that, but I'm saying those are considerations against that argument. Mr. UFO Man thinks if Vice President Harris were a more viable candidate, Biden would have already stepped down. I don't know if Biden, it's an interesting question. Does Biden not want to step down because he just wants to run, or does he not want to step down because he really thinks I don't think any of these other candidates have a shot? Is there a world in which there were a different candidate waiting in the wings where Biden would be like, oh, okay, that person has a better shot than me, I'm going to step down? It's an interesting question. I don't know. Dan Mullen says, what is the press conference about, NATO or addressing the Democrats coming out asking him to drop out of the race? The press conference is about whatever the press asks about. I don't know what they're going to ask about. I don't know if they've been told to ask about anything. I don't know if President Biden is going to call on certain reporters because he thinks they will ask about certain things. There's no topic officially given for the press conference. It's being held at the NATO summit, but I have no idea. It's a good question, but there's no topic. And it's up to the reporters to ask what they're going to ask. Is there some kind of, again, does Biden know certain reporters and know they will ask about foreign policy, and will he call on them first? Beats me. If he calls on them, will they ask about what Biden thinks they're going to ask about, or will they ask about the election? Beats me. So we'll just have to see. Bree M thinks it'll all be orchestrated. I just don't know. I don't even know how many questions he's going to take. Mike J says, we'll just have to see. Boy, so many people are posting about this this mix-up he made where he called President Zelensky President Putin. I'll show it one more time in a few minutes. We've already played it a couple times. We were watching it live when it happened, but it's really getting, unsurprisingly, it's getting spread around a lot on social media. Hey, thanks to Stormy Willow for your support, and Joe. Joe says there's not going to be one time he speaks and doesn't gaffe. He thinks they have lied about his mental health for years. That's what Joe thinks. Thanks, Joe, for your support. Thank you, Gavin House. Thank you, Stormy Willow, who says, I'm not worried about the name mix-up. I'm worried about the slurring. When he was speaking, we watched, if you can rewind it if you watch, we watched him speaking about a half hour ago at the NATO summit. It sounded a bit slurred to me, some of it. I'm not around him all the time, so maybe that's like how he talks all the time now. I don't want to start, I'm not an expert or anything. It did sound a bit slurred. I don't think, if members of Congress and Democrats watch that and he's talking like that in a way that's not as like clear as he say would have been 4 years ago or 8 years ago or longer, I don't think that's not gonna help him. I can understand what he was saying. So, but yeah, I think that stuff does matter. It's a kind of a small sample size. I don't want to start making huge conclusions myself. But yeah, I think that stuff does matter. But like I said, he's not going to come out there today and be 40 years old. It's not going to happen. So he is where he is at in life. As I've said before, as my dad used to say, it's no fun getting old. So, but that's where he's at. So I just, you saw him speak. If we just saw him speak, he's probably going to speak like that. It's not going to be radically different than he normally speaks. I guess you could have a debate moment where I hope it doesn't happen, but I don't like to see this happen to anybody, but he could like blank out or something. I hope that doesn't happen, but you're not going to see 40-year-old Joe Biden. He's not 40 years old. Thank you, Stormy, for the question. Eric Chambers says, I hope he doesn't cancel the press conference. That would be just like an utter disaster. So there's no sign of that happening. It's this story, like I'm seeing ABC News has a story out now about Biden introduces Zelensky as Putin. It's really not good timing. It's all, people are seeing this right before his press conference. Rickle M. Pop, our viewer, says, I'm almost positive he's going to step down. 17 minutes until the scheduled start time. 17 minutes. We're going to be showing it live. We are going to show it live to you 17 minutes from now. Semaphore, which is a news outlet, has a story out. President Biden mistakenly introduces Zelensky as Putin. Hang on. Dan Mullen, our viewer, says, if Biden comes across bad in this press conference, I expect the calls for him to drop out to become a lot louder. Student Handicap says UK News saying journalists that were in the room are saying someone said no, it's Zelensky. Biden wouldn't have corrected himself. At least it's not as quick as he did. I don't know. I can't speak to that. I wasn't there. And even if somebody's reporting that, I don't know what Biden heard. It's possible that somebody said, no, it's Zelensky, but Biden was thinking that himself. He caught it pretty quick. So I can't speak to what was in his head. But I don't want to start drawing conclusions that he never would have realized it. I don't know, but I do that sometimes, where I say something and then a second later I'm like, I've done it on the streams. I'm like, what did I say? Wait, did I say this? Any chance the teleprompter said Putin, says Polly. I can't imagine that, Polly, because I would think he would have said that. I mean, is there a metaphysical chance? I guess yes, but I have a hard time believing that he wouldn't have said that. Because he could have just said that. Thanks, Polly, for your support, and Mad Margarita, and Red Squirrel 82, and Penny, and Bill Bofink. Hey, we'll look at this one more time. I don't want to. The reason I want to show it again is it's getting so much attention. I have no great need to see it again, but it is getting a lot of attention in the news. So, again, this happened just about half an hour ago. Oops.
Loudly and clearly. And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. We're going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating Putin, we got to worry about it. Anyway, Mr. President.
I'm better.
You are a hell of a lot better.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
So it doesn't come at the great time. It doesn't come at a great time for him. Thanks to Desi Des, by the way. Thanks to Cherry Cola for your support. Thanks, Christophonics. Really appreciate that. Also want to shout out our moderators again. We have less than 15 minutes. We're going to be showing this press conference live. Less than 15 minutes till the technical start time. It may be delayed. I wouldn't be surprised if it starts late. But 14 minutes till 6:30 p.m. And then after, we're going to get your thoughts on this. Let's thank our moderators. They are the reason that we could even have chat rooms. Ruth Krafasi is here moderating. Thank you so much. Lyra Stars is moderating. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Over there on Twitch, we have Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Hearsay, Idaho Star, McBritches, Sarah, and Papa Bear. Thank you so much. And thanks to, by the way, thanks to our viewer, Dewey, for your support. Dewey1851. Thanks to our moderators over there on Facebook as well. Christina Neal, Kay Lowry Body. Big thanks to all of our Facebook mods. And also Senator Funstein, thanks for your support. Senator Funstein says, are you getting as annoyed as me about the unprofessionalism of his staff? It seems something is happening every day now. Now, I don't know, Senator Funstein, if you're blaming him saying President Putin on the staff, but you might be blaming other things. But anyways, thank you, Senator Funstein. I appreciate that. And we have 12 minutes and 43 seconds until this press conference. Now, in the last hour or so, we haven't had any new members of Congress coming out and saying they don't want him to run. But it could we could see more after the debate or tomorrow. There's reporting suggesting that some members of Congress don't want him to run, but have been waiting until after the NATO summit and after the press conference to say anything. Yeah, and just so people can see this here, Haley Talbot with CNN, she posted a list. I'm not going to get into all the details of this, but she posted a list of the different. She said 14 Democrats have called on Biden to withdraw. There's one. I don't know if it's 14 House members and one. There's one Democratic senator, so maybe it's 15 total. I'm not sure. But all in for Joe is this column right here, and it looks to be about like 50 or something, 50, like 60 maybe. So more have come out and said they're all in for Joe. Congressional Democrats then have said they're not for Joe. But if there's a big rush of people who start coming out against him, I would not be surprised to see if some of these people who said they are for him, say something a bit different. I don't know. So we'll have to see what happens. Oh, I want to show you something that Jake Tapper just posted as well from CNN. Jake Tapper just posted this. So I guess this person sent it to Jake Tapper. From a longtime Biden advisor, I just think there is an unfortunate inevitability to all of this. I am sad because I have known him a long time and he is a good man. I am angry at his inner circle who have not served him well and at times committed malpractice in their service. And I am frustrated at the family for not expanding their circle so there would be a truth teller or two in their midst. They created a perfect storm of an echo chamber and it is biting them all in the blank. So, again, Jake Tapper, I assume, knows who that person is. He's not just throwing something up where he doesn't know who the person actually is. So, one thing here, though, is that I think something that quote was talking about, and something, our viewer, Senator Funstein, talked about how she was frustrated with his staff. But, at this point, he's been put into a situation. If it's true that what we saw at the debate has been happening a bunch and more than we knew, and he's been, having those episodes for a while, there's a world in which he was just kind of put into the situation where now, he was put into the situation where there was no competitive primary. He was the candidate, but it was going to get exposed sooner or later that he was having these issues. And then everybody turns on him all of a sudden, and you have lots of people, saying what a terrible candidate he is, and he should step down. It can't be easy for him, and a lot of anger out there, and so I think what that person is saying, that Jake Tapper quoted, the longtime Biden advisor, is thinking that that there should have been people who saw this coming and did something to avoid him being put in this situation. That's what it's saying. It's feeling bad for him that he's been put in this situation. Red Menace says the lack of a primary is frustrating. Jason Long says, Joe is fine, don't even worry about it. Thank you to Ron Dykeman for your support, to Crazy Yoda for your support. Crazy Yoda says, the night of the long knives has politically hit Biden. The fact that campaign people are leaking things to the press is the beginning of the end. Thank you, Crazy Yoda. Thank you, DB Multimedia Productions, David Andrade. Vote for freedom. David says, why are people only now noticing the obvious? As I said, I do think the debate was a step beyond what I'd ever seen with him, way beyond. But again, if you've watched his public events in the last year, you've seen him behave in a way at speeches which is quite different than how he used to appear. Thanks to Vote for Freedom for your support. No. Vote for freedom. You gotta, respect the rules, though, please. And thank you to Ron Delabio for your support, who says the president's job is to communicate. Yes. How is this not the basic problem here? How are we even here? Guys, and thanks, Ron, for your support. We have less than 7 minutes until this press conference is supposed to start. Less than 7 minutes. We're going to have live coverage for you. Look what it says now. Look what it says now on the feed. Look what the feed says. Next up, it says, next up, President Biden holds a press conference. Next up, President Biden holds a press conference. I got it on live. As soon as he starts, as soon as it's going to start, it'll go live. Whew. They've gone live. They don't have the opening graphic up anymore. They have it live. It's the live stream, the White House live stream. Let me see if there's any updates before then. We're going to, again, take your comments afterwards. I don't know how long this thing's going to be. People who've asked about what topic is, it's being done at the end of the NATO summit, but I don't know if anybody's going to. Is anybody even going to ask about NATO? I have no idea. I have no idea. I just don't know. I don't know how many questions are going to be. I don't know. Are some people going to ask about the election and some not? It beats me. It beats me. Oh, breaking news. Breaking news from Josh Wingrove from Bloomberg. I have some breaking news for you guys. Are you ready? You're not going to like this. You're not going to like this. Josh Wingrove from Bloomberg says President Biden's press conference is now estimated to be around 7 p.m. Again, Josh Wingrove from Bloomberg says President Biden's press conference is now estimated to be around 7 p.m. Now, he posted that 20 minutes ago, but I just saw it. Also, a little update for you about the Republican convention. Elena Treen of CNN says Melania Trump is planning to attend the RNC convention in Milwaukee next week, making a rare public appearance alongside her husband on the campaign trail. Two sources familiar with the plans tell me. Discussions are regarding whether or not Melania will speak on stage or be a formal part of the program are still underway, they say. Okay, so it looks like it might not start at 6:30. I'm going to say when it begins. So that's not an official time change, but again, Josh Wingrove is reporting that it's expected around 7 now. So once the clock hits 0, it's soon. Yeah, CNN has officially changed. By the way, CNN also now has it says soon. I think I should get rid of the clock because my best guess is that it's not going to start in 3.5 minutes. Biden press conference starting shortly. But maybe I'll post like coming up live Biden press conference. I'm just changing the headline to make this clear to people. Thanks for your patience while I change the headline. Oops, what's going on there? Just updating the headline. It's going to all fit here. Oh, it fit. It fit. The headline fit. Wonderful. Let me just fix the headline here. Oops, sorry. I'm just fixing the headline. Stop it. Stop saying breaking news. It's not stopping saying breaking news. I want to remove this, paste this. There we go. I can't make it stop saying breaking news. We're having a crisis here. I'm going to have to manually adjust this. Get rid of that. Okay. We're back. I'm sorry that it's stuck on the breaking news graphic. Once in a while this happens. Why is that happening? Let's do this. Okay. Okay, I think we're good now. I think we're good with the transition now. We're back. We're back. Okay, so any moment now this is supposed to start, but one reporter said it would start around 7. Do I have any updates for you? Let's see. Again, Josh Wingrove says the estimate is now 7 p.m., not 6:30. But I have the live feed on. All right, we'll take some comments from you guys while we're waiting here. I'm just showing, I literally am showing you the live feed from the White House. Thank you to Senator Funstein for your support, and Haniel Vargas, and Ron Dykman. Yeah, Senator Funstein, as I said before, to me the debate was this new, we had not seen an appearance from him that was like the debate before. That was different. Thanks, Kerry Poteet, as well. Yeah, I wouldn't make too much of it starting late because, as I said before, a lot of his and a lot of President Trump's appearances started late. So, you know, I'm not making anything of it starting late. Scott Hare, our viewer, says it was interesting to me that Speaker Pelosi said this weekend that it's the president's decision and time is running out when he already said he's staying in the race. Yeah, we talked about that earlier on the stream. How she and some other Democrats have been saying they hope he makes the right decision, even though he already said he's staying in the race. So it kind of sounds like they're just ignoring the fact that he said he stayed in the race, and it's a way of them encouraging him to get out, it sounds like, without specifically saying that. Southern and Sad says, who do you think would be the best replacement for Biden, and how do you think they do against Trump? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what I think, though, is what I've said before is I wouldn't put too much stock in polls about how other people would do against Trump, because a lot of these people who could be the Democratic candidate are people that a lot of Americans don't know. Most Americans, I don't think, know who J.B. Pritzker is, or Governor Beshear of Kentucky, or Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan, or Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania. I think most Americans don't know who they are. And if they were, or even Gavin Newsom. And I think if people were exposed, and probably, you know, it's not like most Americans like watch Vice President Harris do speeches at events on like YouTube or something. So I do think that, and this is what happens in presidential primaries, is that voters' opinions about different candidates will change the better they get to know them. And they might like some of them more and some of them less. So, you know, we'll see what happens if Biden did decide to step down, you know, and there was a number of weeks of debates and public appearances by potential candidates. Maybe the Democratic voters and Americans in general would like some of them more and hate some of them more. I don't know, but that remains to be seen. I mean, election after election, I often am surprised by, I think like some candidate will do well in the primaries and they don't, and then other ones do, and I'm like, wow, I didn't know that. So, you know, but I just don't find polling to be that enlightening when these people, most people in the country have not really been exposed to these potential candidates. Hey, thanks Muddy Paws and Robin Ridge and Camus for your support. Muddy Paws said earlier that at some point Biden called... Oh, yeah. No, we talked about the Putin thing. Yeah, we played that several times already. I'm not going to play it again. I think we've played it 4 times. Yeah, I posted it on my social media too. Biden accidentally called Zelensky Putin. So I think I'm calling the limit as at 4 times playing it on the broadcast. I posted it on my social media. I reposted somebody else posting it. If you want to see it on my X account @Lookner. Thank you, Muddy Paws and 2 Dog Mom and the Smokestack Relics. So let me see if I can find any information. Obviously, it's after 6:30. It's now 6:34 p.m. This was supposed to start at 6:30. There was a report that it's actually starting more like 7. Breaking news. MSNBC reports now the press conference is expected to start at 7 p.m. Breaking news. Breaking news. MSNBC says press conference is expected to start at 7 p.m. Should I put the clock back up? I'm going to put the clock back up. I'm going to new clock. We're doing new clock. Hang on. The clock is coming back up. Let's see if I can make this work. Okay, here we go. It's back up. Huh? That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. Look at that. Look at that. We did it. Let me just fix this here. I got to fix it on the other. We don't need that anymore. We don't need this anymore. Now it's going crazy again. I got to fix the headline thing again. Sorry. Ignore the breaking news graphic, which is going crazy on this broadcast for some reason. All right, let me pull up the clock here. Every time the breaking news graphic. I had it fixed and then it stopped working. Let me go back and fix that. It's time to fix that. Let's try this again. I think that's going to do it. That should fix it. Okay, so there's the clock. Let's copy this. There, that's better. Oh, now it's not doing anything. Here we go. Okay, the clock is fixed. So you can see we have adjusted the countdown clock to reflect that MSNBC is now reporting that the press conference will start at 7 p.m. Eastern Time in 22 minutes. I'm sorry for the delay. It's not up to me when it starts. But again, we have seen multiple outlets, including MSNBC, say it is expected to start at 7 p.m. Yeah, you know, it's interesting. A viewer... Sorry. Just a small point I'm talking about before. So Benji Sarlin who is at the news outlet Semaphore pointed this out. But so somebody had asked about the Congressional Black Caucus, which is the group of all the of all the African American members of Congress, and like their leader, I believe, had come out with a statement saying that the Congressional Black Caucus supports Biden. And what I was saying is, well, that doesn't mean that all of the members of that caucus, of that group, support Biden. And so, for example, Colin Allred, who is a African American congressman from Texas, came out with a statement today. And he said, like many Texans, I was disappointed with what I saw in the debate. I know many conversations about next steps are happening, and I have not been a part of those conversations. Anyways, so it sounds like not full-throated support for President Biden. And Benji Sarlin with Semaphore said, people keep saying the Congressional Black Caucus backs Biden. What about them? But the CBC is a collection of individuals and not just a statement from its chairman. So I wanted to make that point. All right, 20 minutes until this press conference. I am looking to see if there are any big news updates before the press conference, but we are bringing you live coverage. Update. A little breaking news for you. News update. News update. News update. Nandita Bose, who is with Reuters reporter Nandita Bose reports, United Auto Workers President Sean Fain tells the union's board he is worried that Biden may not beat Trump, sources say. United Auto Workers considering next steps. That is obviously a powerful, influential union, United Auto Workers. But again, the story is from Nandita Bose of Reuters. United Auto Workers President Sean Fain tells the union's board he is worried Biden may not beat Trump, sources say. UAW considering next steps. Our viewer Cindy Treadway says, uh-oh. DeAndre says, RIP, it's over. Edric Flores says, that's big. Yeah, I mean, now that's not an official statement that's being reported by Reuters, but like, that's a pretty big deal if that really happened. I think it is. Our viewer Pretty Boy Floyd says that's huge. The United Auto Workers has, it's an American labor union with almost 400,000 active members and almost 600,000 retired members. Yes, I have, and they have officially endorsed Biden. They have officially endorsed Biden. Look, I'll show you. UAW endorses Joe Biden for President of the United States. But Reuters is now reporting, they actually have a story out, Reuters, where they say UAW President Sean Fain tells board he's worried Trump could beat Biden. Wow. Reuters is reporting that the leader of the United Auto Workers, Sean Fain, called together top officials at the union to discuss concerns and what the union's options are. The union is considering its next steps. What that sounds like, that kind of sounds like a leak somebody does at the UAW to put pressure on Democrats to pressure Biden to get out. That's what that kind of sounds like to me. I don't know for sure. Ammo for Life says that's big. You know, there's a world in which Sean Fain knew this was going to leak, right? There's a world in which you might think like, oh, Sean Fain must be so mad now that one of the people in that meeting leaked that. Well, actually, maybe the idea is it's a leak so Sean Fain doesn't have to publicly come out and say it. And he can deny it maybe or something. But, you know, it's like maybe sending a message. Lewis thinks that's so huge it's over for Biden. But again, they have about 400,000 active members and about 600,000 retired members, according to Wikipedia. Anyways, that was just reported by Reuters. Wow. So that's just coming out right before the press conference. Okay. 16 minutes until this is about to start. I personally think that, I mean, this really could be a press conference where people are shouting at Biden questions about whether he's going to not run. It really could end up being that. By the way, Michael Grinbaum, who is with New York Times, says the clip of Biden accidentally introducing the president of Ukraine as President Putin, which we have shown like 4 times, so I'm not going to show it again. He said that clip made all 3 network newscasts the most watched news programs in the country. Matt Palmieri thinks, now I don't know this, our viewer Matt Palmieri believes that the majority of UAW workers and retirees do not support Biden has been a big issue within the UAW since the board endorsed Biden. Maybe that's true. I can't confirm that. I'll have to look it up. But thanks, Matt, for writing in. I mean, like CNN had an article a month ago, UAW members in Michigan don't think the union's endorsement of Biden will sway their pro-Trump peers. So, like, for example, CNN interviewed somebody who's in the UAW, like a month ago, who said around 40% of his Ford Motor Company co-workers are for Trump. Anyways, so it does look like there's some divisions about who they support, but thanks, Matt, for writing in about that. But that aside, it does seem like a big deal that Reuters is reporting that the head of the UAW, again, the report is from Reuters' Nandita Bose. United Auto Workers President Sean Fain tells the union's board he is worried Biden may not be Trump. UAW considering next steps. Missile Hatch thinks Biden can't step down will shatter all faith in Democratic Party. That's what our viewer Mitchell Hatch said. Our viewer Tree says, where is all this energy for Trump, who's a convicted criminal? The media is distracting people from Trump and his crimes. They're picking on someone for being old while not bringing that same energy on a candidate that has been charged of crimes. Who would even replace him? That's what our viewer Tree says. I mean, look, I'll say this. A number of media outlets have spent a lot of time covering negative things about Donald Trump. At the moment, and I certainly can understand why, a lot of the media attention is on Biden because there's this question as to whether the president of the United States will decide not to run. But there has been a lot of coverage, a negative coverage of Trump in mainstream media for years. So now you might think that right now there isn't enough, and that's your opinion, that's fine. But just to be clear, there's been plenty of coverage over the years, negative coverage of President Trump and from a lot of media outlets. Our viewer Streets of Elizabeth says his next mistake could be to push the button to launch a nuke, mistaking it for a doorbell. I think she's being figurative there. The U.S. president can't be always not getting it right. He needs to step down now and let Harris become president now, says our viewer Streets of Elizabeth. Sorry, I'm just checking some of the things people have sent me. Yes, we will be showing the press conference. It's supposed to start in about 11 minutes. Oh, minutes away. So Biden is not there yet, and we're watching, guys, we're literally looking at the White House feed. So, but I can see on another shot, that it is, the podium is ready there. The podium is ready, but it's not live yet. It's not live yet. He's not live yet. Do I have another shot here? Hold on. Oh, no. That I can't show you. I was looking, do I have a shot I can show you? No, that's not it. Yeah, I don't have I don't believe I have a live shot I can actually show you right now. I have this. This is a live feed. This is the White House live feed. But I don't have like a shot of the podium. I was looking around to see if I had a shot of the podium I could show you. Let me check one other thing here. Oops. Once in a while, I get a shot of the podium that I can show you in advance. But I might have it. No, I don't have one right now. So I'm keeping an eye out. If I somehow get a shot of the podium that I can show you before the start of the press conference, I will certainly show that to you. But I do not have access to one right now. Brian Birch thinks the White House is in panic mode right now. Crazy. Hang on one moment here. Less than 10 minutes. I'm just making sure I don't have any kind of, I'm looking for breaking news updates right before this thing starts. Stuff keeps happening today. All right, guys. A big moment in the Biden campaign. A big moment in his presidency, I would say. His press conference, the first one in 8 months. The first one in 8 months. The first one in 8 months. And we're getting ready to show it. Hey, thanks to Jessica for your support. Yeah, Jessica, I already... Jessica says he introduced Zelensky as Putin last year, Biden. I'm not aware of that. Maybe he did. I'm not aware of it. We showed the clip several times where he accidentally called Putin, where he accidentally called Zelensky Putin. So we've shown it, I think, 4 times on this broadcast. So I'm not going to show it again. Maybe I'll show it after the press conference, but I don't want to keep harping on it. I mean, we showed it 4 times. I also posted it on my social media. So thank you, Jessica. I appreciate that. Also, thank you, Michael Regina, for your support. Michael says, people are asking why there is no coverage of Trump gaffes. There are. Republicans just don't care, thinks Michael. They never change their opinion. Thank you, Budget Girl and Seize the Day, for your support. Feels like one step short of a soft coup. My thoughts? No. I think that's a ridiculous thought. I think it's ridiculous. First of all, it's up to him whether to step down. Second of all, there's polling showing that like majority of Democrats have severe concerns about Biden's age and or think he's too old and or don't want him to run. Third of all, as I mentioned, there was not a competitive primary for Democrats, and many Democrats wish that they had been given somebody else a choice to vote for. Fourth of all, many Democrats changed their mind about Biden or thought differently when they saw how he performed during the debate, which is different than I'd ever seen him perform before. And many Democrats feel like they didn't have full information about him. So no, I don't think it's a soft coup. That's my response to you. Now, I understand some people claim that, and they make an argument. They say this is not democratic because voters have voted in a primary for Joe Biden. But again, there's lots of arguments against that. There was not a competitive primary. And also, certainly, certainly that debate performance had Biden acting in a way that, at least publicly, had not been seen before. So people can change their mind based on being presented evidence that somebody's the way they are acting or their health or their mental condition is different than what they had thought before. So that is my response to you. I appreciate your question, but that is my response. No, and I just think it's kind of ridiculous. If people say like, "Oh, he's been that like that for 5 years. Oh, we'd seen that before." No, that's like this easy talking point that's just false. He wasn't like that for 5 years. He didn't have other public events like that all the time. We're in such a big stage for such an extended amount of time. I watch his public events. No, that's just not true. Anyways, so we're waiting for this to start. In about 5 minutes, supposed to start. Oh, I think somebody's doing like a sound check now. Now, you might have thought like, you might have thought, oh, he seems to be too slow or too old to be president like a year ago, whatever. That's your choice. My point is there was a qualitative difference in his performance during the debate and other major public appearances he had given. About 4 minutes, guys. We have about 4 minutes. About 4 minutes until this is supposed to start. I'm looking to see if we have any breaking updates here. I'm not seeing any breaking updates. Thanks to Josh of Los Angeles for your support. Thank you, Red Squirrel. Thank you, Texas Scientist. Thank you, Jennifer Whittington and Jessica and El Kearney. Thank you to all of our moderators who are there. Really appreciate all of our moderators. Thank you. Thanks, Gonzalez, for your support on Twitch. I really appreciate that, Gonzalez and the Great Khan and Jackson22. Thank you. Who Shot JR as well. Christophonics. Thank you so much. And Relila. Okay, guys, we are just about there. We are just about there. In just a few minutes, this is going to start. We're going to be bringing you live coverage. I have my eyes on it. You're watching the White House live stream. Thank you, Paul L., for your support. A big moment, a huge moment in his presidency and American politics right now. What is going to happen? Are all the questions just going to be about him dropping out of the race? Are there going to be some NATO questions? How many questions is he going to take? It beats me. It beats me. What is this going to be like? Sharkingly says a big moment for world history even. Less than 3 minutes until this is supposed to start. I'll make it full screen when it starts. Get ready, guys. Get ready here. Get ready here for this. You know what I'm going to do? I think I'm going to take the red thing off. Okay, we will begin shortly. There it is. We're showing it live. Hopefully you know by now that we're showing it live. So I don't need that ticker up there. Here it is, full screen. Get ready. Get ready. It was supposed to start at 6:30, by the way. So it already got pushed back. Thank you, Jess Trombley. Hey, that's very kind of you, Jess Trombley. I really appreciate that. Whew. Guys, less than 2 minutes till it's supposed to start. Less than 2 minutes till it's supposed to start. Bobtail says, I am ready. Whew. What is going to happen? I look forward to hearing your thoughts after. We will be talking about it. What is going? Might we have members of Congress after come out and say, additional members say they do not support him? About a minute till it's supposed to start. All right, guys. I am nervous. It's a big moment. It's a big moment. Hey, thanks to Deep Hat for your support and Peep TB God. Thanks for your support. Big moment coming up right now. Big moment. Biden press conference. Maybe it won't start right on time. I'm going to have to get rid of the clock in a second, guys. When the clock hits 0, I'm getting rid of the clock. I'm looking. I'm waiting. It's going to be 7 o'clock in 25 seconds. I don't see the podium anywhere yet. All right. There's a lot of anticipation for this. Thank you, Joe and Mitchell Black. I appreciate it. Thank you. Whew. All right. 10 seconds till it's 7 p.m. and I get rid of the clock and it's supposed to start. I'm getting rid of the clock now. I'm getting rid of the clock. Okay, guys. I'm changing the headline. Any moment now. Coming up live. Biden press conference. There we go. Why is it a little bit off there? Oops. We need to slide this over. Okay. It is now 7 o'clock. It was supposed to start originally at 6:30. Then the reporting said 7. Any moment now. Any moment now it's supposed to start. Thank you, Fahrenheit 451 and Math Wizard. I really appreciate it. Or Meth Wizard. I don't know which one it is. Thank it is. Thanks for your support. Anytime it's supposed to start, we're literally watching the White House feed. It'll start as soon as he comes out and starts. We're watching the live shot from the White House feed. I don't know. At any moment. CNN even says any moment now. Any moment now, this is going to start. Any moment. Everyone's waiting. C-SPAN said 7:15. Let me see if any reporters are talking about it. I don't see anyone say 7:15 yet. We'll see. Originally it was supposed to be 6:30, and then a Bloomberg reporter and MSNBC said 7. Now it is 7:01. Now it is 7:01. Whew. Now it is 7:01. I am not seeing any new reports about it being pushed back yet. I am looking. Now it's 7:02. Now it is 7:02. Wow. Michael Grinbaum, I think it was, from the New York Times, made the point that the later it starts, the more people will be watching. All right. The best I can tell you is it's going to happen at any moment. I know the podium's there. Everybody's just waiting. The world is waiting. The world is waiting. Everyone is waiting. I'm looking for any kind of updates about the time changing. I'm not seeing it at the moment. Whew. Well, guys, we're all waiting. I don't want to take my eyes off it. Okay, I am seeing a podium. I'm seeing on TV a podium. He's not at the podium yet, but there is a podium, and there's a camera shot of the podium. I don't have that camera shot to show you, but I can confirm there is a podium, and there's a camera on the podium. A camera shot of the podium. There's people walking behind the podium now. There are people walking behind the podium. What a big moment this is. We're watching the live White House feed, and as soon as it starts, it'll dissolve and go right to the press conference. So on this shot, we don't see the podium. There's somebody doing it. There's some kind of person at the podium doing some sort of sound check or something. She was just at the mic looking around. She was doing something. She's there again. She is standing behind the microphone. She's looking around. She's looking around. Maybe she's looking at where the reporters are. So there's activity at the podium, guys. It is 7:04 p.m. Oh my gosh. So the original start time yesterday was 5:30. Then earlier today, they changed it to 6:30. Then it got unofficially changed till 7. And now it is 7:05. What's going to happen at this press conference? Tim says C-SPAN website's to 7:15. I don't know if that's correct. I mean, that might be correct, but the reporters I follow, nobody has said that yet. So, I mean, clearly they're getting ready to start. Guys, I just saw something posted. Breaking news update. Catherine Watson from CBS News reports 4 Democratic sources tell CBS News that they expect dozens of Democratic lawmakers over the next 48 hours to issue statements calling for President Biden to step out of the race. That's from Margaret Brennan of CBS. Again, Catherine Watson of CBS says 4 Democratic sources tell CBS News they expect dozens of Democratic lawmakers, dozens, a dozen is 12, dozens plural, to issue statements over the next 48 hours calling for Biden to step out of the race, according to Margaret Brennan of CNN News, CBS News, Face the Nation moderator. That is just coming out right now. Dozens over the next 48 hours. Josh Z mentioned that Peter Doocy on Fox News said the delay could be 20 to 30 minutes. Maybe it will be. I don't know. I do see a podium. I do see a person behind the podium. There's clearly like setup stuff going on at the podium. Are they just going to end up starting it at 7:30? I don't know. Who knows? Thank you, Josh Z, for mentioning that to me. But in the meantime, that story just out from CBS News. Breaking news. Catherine Watson of CBS News also reports. Breaking news. Breaking news. Time for the graphic. It's time for the graphic. Catherine Watson of CBS also reports, CBS News, House Democratic leadership has indicated to members that they should speak their minds. Multiple sources told CBS News. One of those well-placed sources predicted that the next 3 to 4 days will be, quote, brutal, and that it may become untenable by sometime next week. Wow. Wow. Big new report from CBS News. Catherine Watson reports, 4 Democratic sources tell CBS News they expect dozens of Democratic lawmakers over the next 48 hours to issue statements calling for President Biden to step out of the race. And that's dozens. And then that's according to Margaret Brennan of CBS News. And Catherine Watson also says House Democratic leadership has indicated to members they should speak their minds. Multiple sources told CBS News. One of those well-placed sources predicted that the next 3 to 4 days will be, quote, brutal, and that it may become untenable. That means unmanageable by sometime next week. Untenable means like it can't stay the same. It can't keep going on. Wow. Big report there right before the debate by CBS News. Ooh. I don't think I can show. Do I? I might have a shot. Do I have a shot of the presser or not? Can I show this? Oh, I can show you a shot of the. I can show you a shot of the room. I think I have a shot of the room I can show you. Hold on a second. I may have a shot of the room I can show you. Give me a second. Give me a second here. Can I do this? Oh, hold on. Shush. Hang on. Hang on a second. Can I do this? Can I do this? There it is. There's the room. There is the room. There it is. Hold on. Let me try to fix this for you. I'll have it fixed. Believe me, it'll be fixed later. But for now, I'm just trying to show this to you. That is the room. Ooh. Hold on. Okay, that is the room, but they're playing music. They're playing music, so we can look at that, and then I'll actually have, we can look at that, that's via Reuters, and then I'll actually have the press conference. I mean, I probably can just stay on this shot, but I can get the White House feed up too. But that is live. That's a live shot right there. Live from Washington, D.C. There is the room. You're looking at the press conference room. Hey, thanks to Camus and Olivia for your support. Nick, Ron Dykeman, Ronald came. I appreciate that. So you are looking live. That is the room where they're having the press conference via Reuters. And I may have to, when it starts, switch the camera angle. We'll see. Just not confuse myself here. I think they're still playing music there. Let's see. Yeah, I can't have the music playing. I can't have the music playing. Whew. Hey, we got the podium. We got you a live shot of the podium, though. We do have a live shot of the podium. So that's something. That is something. That is the room. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, it's all happening here. Any other breaking news reports? Oh, B&O News says the press conference has been delayed until 7:30. Where are they getting that from? Where is B&O News hearing that? They are hearing 7:30, but they don't give a source. Again, B&O News says it's been delayed till 7:30, but I don't know that that's the case. We'll see. I mean, this feed that I'm watching, they did cut to the shot of the room, which means it's happening soon. Because you couldn't see they were not showing this room on the NATO summit feed, and they just switched to it. So, thank you, Melody Aceves, for your support. You're looking at a live shot, though. We see the podium. Whew. Hang on a moment. Yeah, so I can't confirm it's been delayed till 7:30. Maybe it has, I don't know. It is currently 7:13. We're going to be watching it, though. We got the live shot for you. We're going to be watching it. Again, a big report from CBS News, in case you didn't hear, that just came out. CBS News is reporting that dozens of Democratic lawmakers over the next 48 hours are going to issue statements calling for Biden to step out of the race. Catherine Watson posted that from CBS News. And also CBS News, Catherine Watson reporting that House Democratic leadership has indicated to members they should speak their minds. One of those well-placed sources that they talked to at CBS predicted that the next 3 to 4 days will be, quote, brutal, and that it may become untenable by sometime next week. I'm seeing people sit down. I'm seeing people sit down. Some people are sitting down. Some people just sat down. And some people are coming in. Are we still hearing music? Oh, yeah, can't have the music on. Some people just sat down. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. Look, more people are coming in and sitting down right now. Oh, I really think it's about to start. Maybe like the people from the Biden team are sitting down. It really looks like things are getting ready to happen. I will turn the audio on as soon as they stop playing the music. Hang on a moment here. Just hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. We are bringing you live coverage of the Biden press conference. Again, big report from CBS News just came out claiming that dozens of Democratic lawmakers over the next 48 hours are going to come out with statements saying they do not want Biden to run. Big press conference coming up. All right, guys, it is 7:15 p.m. right now. Oh, the camera is moving. The camera is moving. The camera is moving. Is it going to zoom into the podium? What's happening with the camera? We have camera movement. Thank you, Tom Au and Jackball TV for your support. We have the camera moving, guys. It is approaching the podium. The camera is moving. Breaking news. Different camera angle now. Wow. Oh my gosh. This was supposed to start at 6:30. It's now 7:16. Oh, breaking news. Catherine Watson from CBS News says top Biden aides are in the room, meaning we're likely pretty close to start time. Again, Catherine Watson reports top Biden aides are in the room, meaning we're likely pretty close to start time. Caitlin Collins from CNN reports in the room for Biden's imminent press conference, 2 press aides, Karine Jean-Pierre, press secretary, she is the press secretary, right? And John Kirby. Yeah, she's the press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre. And John Kirby is there, and also Lloyd Austin, defense secretary, is there as well. Is there still music playing? Yes, I can't play the music. The music is still playing. Thank you, Lewis R. Lewis thinks it's delayed till 7:30, which it sounds like it might be. He says if he's not right now, he should cancel. That's what Lewis says. You know, look, there's plenty of these events with Biden that run this late. I've seen them before. Now, Trump had plenty of events that run late too. I am very surprised that this event started this late because I just figured there was going to be a lot of attention on it and it wouldn't be the best look if it started this late. I'm surprised it's starting like an hour late. I thought maybe it'd start like 15, 20 minutes late or something. I'm genuinely surprised it's this late. Yeah, guys, when the press conference actually starts, we will have a live shot, a close-up of Biden. We're not going to be watching the whole press conference from this camera angle. So, I believe this is like maybe the official NATO summit feed via Reuters. So, but we'll have a close-up of Biden when he starts speaking and taking questions, and I'm sure it'll show the reporters as well. Wow, we're ready. We're getting ready. You can see the room there. What can I say, guys? It's about to start. It's about to start. I am looking to see if there are any more news updates. Matt Finn from Fox News posted, Biden almost an hour late. What's about to happen? I don't know. Again, we've covered in the last several months, I feel like we've covered multiple Biden events that started this late. Thanks, AJ, for the gift memberships. I appreciate that. Thank you to all of our moderators. Thank you so much to all of our moderators in our chat rooms. I really appreciate all of you. Thanks for being there in the chat and letting us have chat rooms. Thanks also, Sherry Bertrand. I really appreciate that, Sherry Bertrand. Thank you. Guys, it's 7:19 p.m. Yeah, I personally am not assuming that anything is going on. You know, you never know, though. We'll see. I haven't seen any reporting that anything is going on. Jacko thinks it might not start. Whew. The original start time was 6:30. It is now 7:21. Our viewer Carl Heinrich says the world is watching. There's a lot of tension out there right now. A lot of tension out there right now. I'm waiting just like all of you guys. Looks like they're ready. Again, I believe the Biden officials are in the room. Probably the reporters have been there for a while. Thank you, Corn Pop 2.0. Thank you, Corn Pop. Oh my gosh. It's 7:22. 7:22 p.m. Thank you, E-Dragon Anaya, for your support. I really appreciate that. Also, thanks to B. Koskowski on Twitch for your support, and Who Shot JR and Sketty Sandwich for your support over there on Twitch. As we wait for this to start, oh, it's going to start right now because the White House just posted on their X account. So it's going to start like right now. Because the White House just posted on their X account about it. So momentarily, it's momentarily starting. The White House X account just posted about it. So that tells me it's just about to start. Now, I know you don't believe me, but I really think it's just about to start. Hey, Sunflower, thank you. PZ Papa Zulu, thank you for your support. I appreciate it. Again, the White House just posted it on their X account. That makes me think it's really starting. I'm going to stick with this feed. If I have to, I may end up switching to the White House feed. I have two feeds. So we'll try this one. No, but they just posted, they literally just posted on the White House X account. They posted like the link to the video. But maybe that means 7:30. Thank you, C.T. Bailey, for your support. So nerve-wracking. Caitlin Collins reports that National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan and Secretary of State Anthony Blinken are also on hand. Oh, and thank you to Jan Ransing and her mom, Jessica. I appreciate that. And also Sergey Cardo. Thank you, Sergey Cardo. Whew, I'm nervous. You guys nervous? I'm nervous. I am nervous. Again, CBS News is reporting that dozens of Democratic members of Congress will come out in the next 48 hours with statements saying they want Biden to not run. That is what CBS News is reporting. Dozens of members in the next couple days are going to come out and say they do not, of Democratic members of Congress are going to come out in the next couple days and say they do not want Biden to run. I think there are 260 total Democratic members of Congress if you add up the Senate and the House. Well, it certainly looks like the prediction of 7:30 and the claim by B&O News that it's what's at 7:30 might be right, because it's 7:25 right now. I do agree with, I think it was Michael Grinbaum of the New York Times, saying that that the later it starts, the more people will watch. I certainly think more people are watching now than if they had it at 6:30. People are just waiting. There's all this anticipation. It is 7:25. It's probably closer to 7:26 right now. Thank you to Eli Colgan for your support, and Grevin Share, and Marshmallow, and Ali C, and Steve B. We are all waiting. As one of our viewers said, the world is watching. Do you think Biden has heard this report? Oh, somebody's coming out. Oh, there we go. We have a folder was just put on the podium. Breaking news, that guy put a folder on the podium. Breaking news. A folder has been put on the podium. It's really about to start, guys. It's really about to start. Will he say something about NATO to start, maybe? Maybe he'll give us a little speech about NATO, a little statement, and then say, I'm open to taking questions. And is anybody going to ask him about NATO? Or are they just going to start in asking about the election? Will somebody ask him and say, CBS News is reporting that dozens of members of Congress are going to come out, Democratic members are going to come out in the next 48 hours and say they don't want you to run? Thank you, Sunflower, for your support. Whew. It is nerve-wracking. It's 7:27, guys. It's 7:27. Thank you, Jeffrey B., who says historic months ahead, regardless of candidate. Do they still have the music on? Are they still playing the music? Let me see. Yes, they're still playing the music. I can't play the music. I cannot play the music. I'm sorry. 7:27. Well, if it's really starting at 7:30, that's less than 3 minutes. Oh, everybody's standing up. Everybody's standing up. Hold on, here he comes. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna put the volume on.
Thank you. Please be seated. Well, good evening. We just concluded this year's NATO summit, and the consensus among the members was it was a great success. It was especially momentous because it represented the 75th year of the most important military defense alliance in the world's history of the world. We should never forget that NATO grew out of the wreckage of World War II, the most destructive war in history. The idea was to create an alliance of free and democratic nations that would commit themselves to a compact of collective defense. Standing together, they knew we'd all be safer. An attack on one would be treated as an attack on all. And it's worked because a would-be aggressor knows if they attack one of us, they'll be attacked by all of us. Sending that message is the best way to deter aggression and first place. For those who thought NATO's time had passed, they got a rude awakening when Putin invaded Ukraine. Some of the oldest and deepest fears in Europe roared back to life, because once again, a murderous madman was on the march. But this time, no one cowered in appeasement, especially the United States. We collected intelligence that Russia was planning to invade Ukraine months before the invasion. I directed the intelligence community to be a significant amount of intelligence be declassified so I could start building an international coalition to oppose the invasion. Then in February, some of you remember, I warned the world that the invasion was imminent. I rallied a coalition of 50 nations from Europe to Asia to help Ukraine defend itself. Many foreign policy experts thought, as Putin amassed Russian forces just 100 miles north of Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, but Putin thought it was the mother home of Russia. The capital would fall in less than a week. But the Ukrainian people, backed by a coalition to help build, stopped them. Today, Kyiv still stands, and NATO stands stronger than it has ever been. During the week of this summit, several heads of states made it a point in their statements to thank the United States and to thank me personally for all that NATO has achieved. NATO is not only stronger, NATO is bigger because we led the charge to bring in Finland and Sweden into the alliance, and it makes a gigantic difference. Excuse me. Meanwhile, my predecessor has made it clear he has no commitment to NATO. He's made it clear that he would feel no obligation to honor Article 5. He's already told Putin, and I quote, "Do whatever the hell you want." In fact, the day after Putin invaded Ukraine, here's what he said. It was genius. It was wonderful. Some of you forgot that, but that's exactly what he said. But I made it clear, a strong NATO is essential to American security. And I believe the obligation of Article 5 is sacred. And I would remind all Americans, Article 5 is invoked only once in NATO's long history, and that was to defend America after 9/11. I made it clear that I will not bow down to Putin. I will not walk away from Ukraine. I will keep NATO strong. That's exactly what we did, and exactly what we'll continue to do. Now, the future of American policy is up to the American people. This is much more than a political question. It's more than that. It's a national security issue. Don't reduce this to the usual testament that people talk about, issues of being a political campaign. It's far too important. It's about the world we live in for decades to come. Every American must ask herself or himself, is the world safer with NATO? Are you safer? Is your family safer? I believe the American people know. The answer to all those questions is yes. And I believe the American people understand that America is stronger because of our alliances. I believe the American consensus from Truman to Reagan to me still holds today. America cannot retreat from the world. We must lead the world. We are an indispensable nation, as Madeleine Albright wrote. Now let me turn to three other key issues. Just this morning, we had a great economic report showing inflation is down. Overall prices fell last month. Core inflation is the lowest it's been in 3 years. Prices are falling for cars, appliances, and airfares. Grocery prices have fallen since the start of the year. We're going to keep working to take down corporate greed to bring those prices down further. Meanwhile, Trump's calling for a 10% tariff on everything Americans buy, including food from overseas, vegetables, and other necessities. And economists tell us that that would cost the average American working family another $2,500 a year. It's a tax of $2,500 a year. Second, our efforts to secure the border, southern border, is working. After Trump killed the bipartisan effort to secure the border, Republicans and Democrats had worked on, because he thought it would benefit me and make him a loser, Republicans walked away. So I took executive action last month. As a consequence, working with Mexico, border encounters have gone down over 50%. The current level is lower today than when Trump left office. Third, for months, the United States has been working to secure a ceasefire in Gaza, to bring the hostages home, to create a path for peace and stability in the Middle East. 6 weeks ago, I laid out a detailed plan in writing. It was endorsed by the UN Security Council, the G7. That framework is now agreed on by both Israel and Hamas. So I sent my team to the region to hammer out the details. These are difficult, complex issues. There's still gaps to close, but we're making progress. The trend is positive, and I'm determined to get this deal done and bring an end to this war, which should end now. Let me conclude where I began. We're the United States of America. We are the indispensable nation. Our leadership matters. Our partnerships matter. This moment matters. We must rise to meet it. I'll take your questions. I've been given a list of people to call on here. Reuters, Jeff Mason.
Mr. President, your political future has hung over the NATO summit a little bit this week. Speaker Pelosi made a point of suggesting that your decision on whether to stay in the race was still open. George Clooney and a handful of lawmakers have called on you to step aside. Reuters is reporting tonight that UAW leadership is concerned about your ability to win.
UAW just endorsed me, but go ahead.
Thank you. My question for you is, how are you incorporating these developments into your decision to stay? And separately, what concerns do you have about Vice President Harris's ability to beat Donald Trump if she were at the top of the ticket?
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president. So let's start there. Number one, the fact is that the consideration is that I think I'm the most qualified person to run for president. I beat him once, and I will beat him again. Secondly, the idea, I served in the Senate a long time. The idea that senators and congressmen running for office worry about the ticket is not unusual. And I might add, there are at least 5 presidents running or incumbent presidents who had lower numbers than I have now, later in the campaign. So there's a long way to go in this campaign. And so I'm just going to keep moving, and because, look, I got more work to do. We've got more work to finish. There's so much, we've made so much progress. Think about it. Think about where we are economically relative to the rest of the world. Name me a world leader who wouldn't want to trade places with our economy. We've created over 800,000 manufacturing jobs, 1.5 million jobs. I mean, so things are moving. We got more to go. Working class people still need help. Corporate greed is still at large. Their prices, the corporate profits have doubled since the pandemic. They're coming down. And so I'm optimistic about where things are going. Danny Kemp, AFP.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask you about you mixed up Presidents Zelensky and Putin earlier today. And you now have sort of your key allies, including the British Prime Minister, the President of France, and the German Chancellor having to step in and make excuses for you on that. And officials here are saying off the record that your decline has become noticeable. Hasn't this now, frankly, become damaging for America's standing in the world? Thank you.
Did you see any damage to our standing in my leading this conference? Have you seen a more successful conference? What do you think? And the Putin piece, I was talking about Putin, and I said, and now, at the very end, I said, here, I mean Putin. I said, no, I'm sorry, Zelensky. And then I added 5 other names. Look, guys, the idea anybody suggests that we haven't had an incredibly successful conference. How many times did you hear in that conference, I don't know if it sounds too self-serving, but other leaders, heads of state, in thanking me, saying the reason we're together is because of Biden, because Biden did the following. Look, folks, this is well, anyway, I thought it was the most successful conference I've attended in a long time, and find me a world leader who didn't think it was. Next one, Nancy Cordes, CBS.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned other instances in history where presidents have faced a challenge, but what makes this moment in history so unique is that it is not your enemies who are calling on you to reconsider your decision to stay in the race. It's your friends, supporters, people who think you've done a great job over the past 4 years. Have you spent time thinking about what it would mean for your legacy, which you've worked decades to build, if you stay in the race, despite the concerns voters say they have, and you lose to someone who you yourself have argued is unfit to return to the Oval Office?
Well, look, I'm not in this for my legacy. I'm in this to complete the job I started. As you recall, understandably, many of you and many economists thought my initial initiatives that I put forward, can't do that, it's going to cause inflation, things are going to skyrocket, the debt's going to go up. What are you hearing now from mainstream economists? 16 economic Nobel laureates said I've done a hell of a job. That under my plan so far and what's going to happen in the future if I'm reelected, that things are going to get much better. Our economy is growing. I was determined when I got elected to stop the trickle-down economic theory, that if the wealthy did very well, everybody else would do well. My dad was a well-read, decent guy. I don't remember much trickling down on his kitchen table. Middle-class people and working-class people need help. And so what happened is I decided to was able to implement as president what I believed when I was a senator. And that is that the way to build this economy is from the middle out and the bottom up. That way we grow the economy. And the wealthy still do very well. They do fine. And guess what? Find me an economist, a mainstream economist who said we haven't done well. What have we not done that isn't working right now? And so we got more to do, though. We got to finish the job. And by the way, I come from the corporate state of the world. Delaware has more corporations registered in Delaware than every other state in the nation combined. I'm not anti-corporate, but corporate profits have doubled since the pandemic, doubled. It's time things get back in order a little bit. It's time, for example, if I'm reelected, we're going to make sure that rents are kept at 5% increase, corporate rents for apartments and the like and homes are limited to 5%. We're going to make a lot of changes that I've been talking about because we're going to continue to grow this economy. And by the way, remember how I got so roundly criticized for being so pro-union, not labor, union. Well, guess what? I've been the most pro-union labor president in history. Not a joke. And guess what? We had the Treasury Department do a study. When unions do better, everybody does better. Everybody does better. And we talk about how, for example, remember when we talked about getting the computer chip industry back in the United States? Used to be 40% of the industry. We invented the chip. 40% of the industry was in the United States. And former presidents decided that the best way to do it is find the cheapest labor in the world, send the product over there and import what the product was. And so what did I do? I was told not to go over to Europe, to Asia, including Europe, but Asia. And I remember going to South Korea, convincing them to invest $20 billion in the United States to build computer chip factories. And I asked why when they finally decided to do it. And the answer was because you have the safest economy in the world and you have the best workers in the world. So the whole idea here is we've invested, there's over $50 billion in investment in computer chip manufacturing just coming into being. None of you thought that would happen. None of you thought that would happen. But it's happening. It's happening. And it's going to grow economies. All through, and by the way, red states and blue states. Matter of fact, there's as much in red states as in blue states. I've made no distinction. So my generic point is that the idea that we can't continue to build and grow the economy, make it fairer. And like I said, from my standpoint, when the middle class does well, that's when the whole economy grows. The poor have a shot, the wealthy do well, but the wealthy got to start paying their taxes.
As a follow-up, sir, you mentioned that your Vice President Kamala Harris would be elaborate on that. What is it about her attributes and her accomplishments over the last 4 years that make her ready to serve on day one if necessary?
First of all, the way she's handled the issue of freedom of women's bodies to have control over their bodies. Secondly, her ability to handle almost any issue on the board. This was a hell of a prosecutor. She was a first-rate person, and in the Senate she was really good. I wouldn't have picked her unless I thought she was qualified to be president. From the very beginning, I made no bones about that. She is qualified to be president. That's why I picked her. Felicia Schwartz, Financial Times.
Thank you, Mr. President. Presidency is the most straining job in the world, and it's 24/7. How can you say you'll be up for that next year, in 2 years, in 4 years, given the limits you've acknowledged that you have today?
The limits I've acknowledged I have?
There's been reporting that you've acknowledged that you need to go to bed earlier and your evening around 8.
That's not true. Look, what I said was, instead of my every day starting at 7 and going to bed at midnight, it'd be smarter for me to pace myself a little more. And I said, for example, the 8, 7, 6 stuff, instead of starting a fundraiser at 9 o'clock, start at 8 o'clock. People get to go home by 10 o'clock. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, and if you looked at my schedule since I made that stupid mistake in the campaign, in the debate, I mean, my schedule has been full bore. I've done, where's Trump been? Riding around in his golf cart, filling out his scorecard before he hits the ball? I mean, look, he's done virtually nothing. And I have, I don't know how many, don't hold me to it, roughly 20 major events. Some of them with thousands of people showing up. And so I just think it's better. I always have an inclination, whether I was playing sports or doing politics, just to keep going, not stop. I just got to just pace myself a little more. Pace myself. And the next debate, I'm not going to be traveling into 15 time zones a week before. Anyway, that's what it was about. That's what it was about. And by the way, even with that, I love my staff, but they add things all the time. At the very end, I'm catching hell from my wife for that. Anyway, I'm sorry. Zeke Miller, Associated Press.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2 questions for you. First, on the NATO summit, President Zelensky, in your meeting with him, he pressed you to lift your limitations on the Ukrainian use of American weapons, saying that, in his public remarks afterwards, saying that Ukraine cannot win the war unless those limitations are lifted. Are you reconsidering your position on that? And then secondly, following up on Felicia's question there, leaders of your own party have said that they're not worried about that debate. They're worried about the next bad night and the bad night after that. How can you reassure the American people that you are up to the task and that there won't be more bad nights at a debate stage or somewhere else?
First thing about Zelensky asking for the ability to strike deep into Russia. We've allowed Zelensky to use American weapons in the near term, in the near or abroad, into Russia. Whether or not he should be attacked. For example, should Zelensky, he's not. But if he had the capacity to strike Moscow, strike the Kremlin, would that make sense? It wouldn't. The question is, what's the best use of the weaponry he has, and the weaponry we're getting to him? I've gotten a more long-range capacity, as well as defensive capacity. And so our military is where I'm following the advice of my commander-in-chief, the chief of staff of the military, as well as the Secretary of Defense and our intelligence people. And we're making a day-to-day basis on what they should and shouldn't go, how far they should go in. That's a logical thing to do. Second question related to
bad nights, sir. How can you reassure the American people that you won't have more bad nights, whether they be on a debate stage or it's a matter of foreign policy?
Well, I tell you what, the best way to assure them is the way I assure myself. And that is, am I getting the job done? Am I getting the job done? Can you name me somebody who's got more major piece of legislation passed in 3.5 years? I created 2,000 jobs just last week. So if I slow down, I can't get the job done. That's a sign that I shouldn't be doing it. But there's no indication of that yet. None. What do we got here? Merrick, Pulaski Radio.
Thank you, Mr. President. How are you?
I'm well.
The elections in the US have consequences around the world. You have pretty high standing in Europe. I just asked President Macron about you, and he said we are happy to have him as the President of the United States. But there is a concern. Many people in Poland and across Europe are worried that the former president may win the election. And there's a lot of concern that Donald Trump may weaken NATO, stop supporting Ukraine, or push Ukraine to give up territories to Russia.
They're correct.
And yourself was warning just 2 minutes ago about it. So my question is, do you think that Europe will be left on its own if Donald Trump wins the election? And what's your advice to European leaders to prepare for possible US disengagement?
Well, look, I think, how can I say this without sounding too self-serving? I'm not having any of my European allies come up to me and say, Joe, don't run. What I hear them say is, you've got to win. You can't let this guy come forward. It'd be a disaster. It'd be a disaster. I mean, I think he said in one of his rallies, don't hold me to this, recently, where NATO, I just learned about NATO or something to that effect. Foreign policy has never been his strong point. And he seems to have an affinity to people who are authoritarian. That worries, as I tell you from Poland, that worries Europe. That worries Poland. And nobody, including the people of Poland, think that if he wins in Ukraine, he's going to stop in Ukraine, that that's going to be the end of it. And so what I can say is, I think I'm the best qualified person to do the job, to make sure that Ukraine does not fall, that Ukraine succeeds, that the European alliance stays strong. You may recall, no one was talking about Finland joining NATO. I remember talking to Putin right after we got elected in Geneva, and he was talking about what we should do. We couldn't be in Eastern Europe, etc. And I said, you're looking for the Finlandization of Ukraine. I said, you're going to get the NATOization of Finland. And about 4 weeks later, I got a call. That's not true. Probably 5 months later, from the president of Finland, could he come and see me? because in my office. I invited him to the Oval Office. We sat down and talked. He said he would join NATO. Could I help? And I did. It wasn't automatic. And then I got a call from the Swedes. I beg your pardon? And so Finland joined NATO. 800-mile border is a significant, and they were already allies, but they weren't part of NATO. And you heard, I think you heard, maybe, I can't recall whether he said it publicly in our closed meeting, but he wouldn't mind being repeated. He said, we decided in Finland, the people of Finland decided they had to be part of NATO. It was in our interest because of the joint ability to be together, to dissuade any attack on Finland. And the same thing with Sweden. It took a lot of selling to some folks, particularly in Turkey and other places, to agree to the expansion. But it expanded. And we're a hell of a lot stronger because of it. We're more secure because of it. And by the way, I was able to get 50 other nations, 50, to support Ukraine. 50. And we were able to bring about a coalition of Europe and Asia, Japan and South Korea. I just we talked about AUKUS, and we talked about the relationship between Australia, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea, the United States. We're making the world safer and stronger because we have to deal with the new arrangement that exists in the world. The Cold War is over. The post-war era is over. What is going to replace it? And I respectfully suggest I have a pretty good idea what that should be. I've convinced a lot of people to follow it, and we're just going to get stronger. David Sanger. Where's it?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Be nice, David.
Mr. President, the NATO declaration that was issued yesterday was very notable because it described China as a decisive enabler of the war in Ukraine for its provision of critical goods to the Russians. That's part of a broader partnership that seems to have cemented in place in the past 2 or 3 years. I think one that you were a little bit doubtful of when we asked you about it some time ago. So I'd be interested to know whether you have a strategy now of trying to interrupt the partnership between China and Russia, and whether or not in a second term you would pursue that, if you could describe that strategy to us. And along the way, could you also tell us whether you think, just to follow up on Felicia's question, that if you were in a room with Vladimir Putin again, the way you were 3 years ago, or with President Xi, that a few years from now you will be able to go negotiate with them, handle them one-on-one?
Well, the first part of the question is, we discussed and I raised in the NATO summit, and others raised, the future of China's involvement, what they're going to do. What they're doing with Russia in terms of accommodating, facilitating, they're getting access to additional, they're not supplying weapons themselves, they're supplying mechanisms for them to be able to get weapons. And China's position is basically, and I've spent more time with Xi Jinping than any world leader has, over 90 hours since being vice president all the way through, for real. And by the way, I handed all my notes. But my point is that Xi believes that China is a large enough market that they can entice any country, including European countries, to invest there in commitments from Europe to do A, B, C, or D, or not to do certain things. What's happened is we had a long discussion about what we have to make clear China has to understand that if they are supplying Russia with information and capacity, along with working with North Korea and others to help Russia in armament, that they're not going to benefit economically as a consequence of that by getting the kind of investment they're looking for. And so, for example, we're in a situation where, and we've reestablished direct contact with China after that, remember the balloon, quote unquote, going down, and all of a sudden things came to an end? Well, we set up a new mechanism. There's a direct line between Xi and me, and our military has direct access to one another, and they contact one another when we have problems. The issue is that we have to make sure that Xi understands there's a price to pay for undercutting both the Pacific Basin as well as Europe, and as it relates to Russia and dealing with Ukraine. And so for example, if you want to invest in China, as you know this area really well, if you want to invest in China, you have to have a 51% Chinese owner. You have to make sure that you do by their rules, and you don't have the authority, and you have to provide all access to all the data and information you have. There was a while there, as you recall, the last administration and other administrations, where the access to that market was enticing enough to get companies to come in because they had access to over 1 billion people in the market, not 1 billion, but a lot of people in the market. And so they were doing it. But that got curtailed when we started saying we're going to play by the same rules. For example, the idea they don't abide by the international rules related to subsidizing products by the government funding. So guess what? They're not going to be able to export their electric vehicles to the United States without a significant tariff. Others are doing the same thing around the world. But it is a concern. It is a concern that you have both China, North Korea, Russia, Iran, countries that are not necessarily coordinated in the past, looking to figure out how they can have impact.
Do you have a strategy to interrupt that impact?
Yes, I do, but I'm not prepared to talk about the detail of it in public. And I think you'll see that some of our European friends are going to be curtailing their investment in Russia. In China, as long as China continues to have this indirect help to Russia in terms of being able to help their economy as well as help them in, as a consequence of that, their ability to fight in Ukraine. The other thing that we talked a lot about is that, and I raised it, and I didn't hear any. I can't swear that everyone agreed because not everyone got to talk about it, but we need a new industrial policy in the West. For example, we talked about how both the EU as well as NATO has to be able to begin to build their own munition capacity, has to be able to generate their own capacity to provide for weapons and the ability. It came as a surprise to some of us how we had fallen behind in the West in terms of the ability to construct new material, new weaponry, new everything from vehicles to weapon systems. And so one of the things that came out of this was we're going to be meeting again with a number of my colleagues, my European colleagues, is what do we do to increase the capacity of the West, particularly in Europe and Japan, to be able to generate the kind of ability to produce their own weapon systems. Not just for themselves, but to be able to generate that. It's the same, it's what Russia's trying to figure out. That they went to China and they didn't get the weapons, but then they went to North Korea. But we're going to be in a position where the West is going to become the industrial base for the ability to have all the defensive weapons that we need. That was a discussion as well.
sure you answered on whether you would be ready to go deal with Putin and Xi 2 or 3 years from now.
I'm ready to deal with them now and 3 years from now. Look, like I said, I'm dealing with Xi right now and direct contact with him. I have no good reason to talk to Putin right now. There's not much that he is prepared to do in terms of accommodating any change in his behavior. And, but there isn't any world leader I'm not prepared to deal with. But I understand the generic point is Putin ready to talk? I'm not ready to talk to Putin unless Putin's ready to change his behavior. And the idea, look, Putin's got a problem. First of all, in this war that he has supposedly have won, and by the way, I think, don't hold me to the exact number, but I think that Russia had 17.3% of Ukraine that they've conquered. Now it's 17.4. I mean, in terms of percentage of territory. They've not been very successful. They've caused horrible damage, loss of life, but they've also lost over 350,000 troops, military, killed or wounded. They have over 1 million people, particularly young people with technical capability, leaving Russia because they see no future there. They've got a problem. But what they do have control of is they are very good at controlling and running the public outcry that relates to how they use mechanisms to communicate with people. They lie like hell through the constituencies. They lie like hell about what's going on. And so the idea that we're going to be able to fundamentally change Russia in the near term is not likely. But one thing for certain, if we allow Russia to succeed in Ukraine, they're not stopping in Ukraine. I recommend, I know you know this because you've written about it, read Putin's speech after they moved in, what it was all about in Kyiv. It wasn't about just, anyway, read what his objective is. And anyway, but so I think that I'm prepared to talk to any leader who wants to talk, including if Putin called me and wanted to talk. Last time I talked to Putin was trying to get him to work on an arms control agreement related to nuclear weapons in space. That didn't go very far. So my point is, I'm prepared to talk to anybody, but I don't see any inclination. There is an inclination on the part of the Chinese to keep in contact with me, because they're not sure where this all goes. And look what's happened in Asia. We have strengthened the Asian Pacific area more than anybody else has. We just put together with, today I asked our NATO allies that we bring on the group from the South Pacific, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Australia. I already mentioned Australia. And I met twice now, I think, with the 14 leaders of the Pacific Island nations. And we've slowed down what's going on there. We've slowed down China's reach. But there's a lot of work to do. This is a moving target, and I don't take it lightly. Assam from NPR.
Thank you, Mr. President. Asma Khalid with NPR. I have two questions. Earlier, you spoke about the ceasefire plan between Israel and Hamas. We're now looking at 10 months of war, and I'm curious if there's anything that you feel personally you wish you would have done differently over the course of the war. And then secondly, if I may, I wanted to ask you about your presidential campaign. I remember covering your campaign in 2020, and there was a moment where you referred to yourself as a, quote, bridge candidacy, a transition to a younger generation of leaders. I want to understand what changed.
Two things. Let's go back to when you talked about would I have changed anything that's happening with Israel and the Palestinians and the Palestinian movement. The answer is, as you recall, from the very beginning, I went to Israel, but I also got immediate contact with al-Sisi in Egypt. I met with the king of Jordan. I met with most of the Arab leaders to try to get a consensus going as to what had to be done to deal with getting more aid and food and medicine into the Gaza Strip. And we pushed it really hard. And Israel occasionally was less than cooperative, number one. The Israeli War Cabinet, I've been dealing with Israel since Golda Meir. Some of the reporters around here come here all the time have heard me say this. The first time I met with Golda Meir, I sat across from her at her desk, and her assistant was Rabin sitting next to me. That's how far back I go. I know Israel well, and I support Israel. But this war cabinet is one of the most conservative war cabinets in the history of Israel. And there's no ultimate answer other than a two-state solution here. And so what was able to be done in terms of the plan I put together was it would be a process for a two-state solution. And we get the Arab nations to, particularly from Egypt all the way to Saudi Arabia, to be in a position where they would cooperate in the transition so that they could keep the peace in Gaza without Israeli forces staying in Gaza. The question has been from the beginning, what's the day after in Gaza? And the day after in Gaza has to be, the end of the day after has to be no occupation by Israel in the Gaza Strip, as well as the ability for us to get in and out as rapidly as you can, all that's needed there. I've been disappointed that some of the things that I've put forward have not succeeded as well, like the port we attached from Cyprus. I was hopeful that would be more successful. But that's why when I went to Israel immediately after the massacres that occurred at the hands of Hamas, the one thing I said to the Israelis, and I met with the War Cabinet and with Bibi, don't make the same mistake America made after bin Laden. There's no need to occupy anywhere. Go after the people who did the job. You may recall, I still get criticized for it, but I was totally opposed to the occupation and trying to unite Afghanistan. Once we got bin Laden, we should have moved on, because it was not no one's ever going to unite that country. I've been over every inch of that, not every inch, the entirety from the poppy fields all the way to the north. I said, don't make the same mistake we made. Don't think that's what you should be doing, is doubling down. We'll help you find the bad guys, Sinwar and company. And all this criticism about I wouldn't provide when the weapons they needed. I'm not providing them 2,000-pound bombs. They cannot be used in Gaza or any populated area without causing great human tragedy and damage. But remember what happened when you had the attack on Israel with rockets and ballistic missiles. I was able to unite the Arab nations as well as Europe, and nothing happened. Nothing got hurt. It sent an incredible lesson to what was going on from the Middle East. So there's a lot of things, in retrospect, I wish I had been able to convince the Israelis to do. But the bottom line is we have a chance now. It's time to end this war. Doesn't mean walk away from going after Sinwar and Hamas. And if you notice, you know better than most, there is a growing dissatisfaction on the West Bank from the Palestinians about Hamas. Hamas is not popular now. And so there's a lot of moving parts. I just have to keep moving to make sure that we get as much done as we can toward a ceasefire, and get those. And by the way, look at the numbers in Israel. I mean, my numbers are better in Israel than they are here. But then again, they're better than a lot of other people here too. But anyway.
Bridge candidacy in 2020, you referred to yourself as being a bridge candidate for a younger, fresher generation of Democratic leaders, and I wanted to know what changed.
What changed was the gravity of the situation I inherited. in terms of the economy, our foreign policy, and domestic division. And I think, I won't put words in anybody's mouth, most presidential historians give me credit for having accomplished more than most any president since Johnson and maybe before that to get major pieces of legislation passed. And what I realized was my long time in the Senate had equipped me to have the wisdom to know how to deal with the Congress to get things done. We got more major legislation passed that no one thought would happen. And I want to finish it, to get that finished. If tomorrow, if we had a circumstance where there was a lineup and I hadn't inherited what I did and we just moved things along, anyway, it's going to change.
Last question.
Haley Bull, Scripps. Or no, Josh Weingrove, I'm sorry, was the next one. I'll do 2 more questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Many of your colleagues, Democrats on the Hill, are watching tonight as they assess what they want to say about your candidacy. I'm wondering how you're thinking of this right now. It seems like your answer is clear, but they're watching how things go tonight, tomorrow in Michigan, next week in Texas and Nevada. Are you thinking that way about how the next week or 2 goes would inform you?
Am I using that way, you said?
Are you thinking that way about how the next 2 weeks go? Will that affect your decision, or are you fully determined on running in November as the party's nominee?
I'm determined on running, but I think it's important that I allay fears by let them see me out there. Let me see them out, for the longest time it was, Biden's not prepared to sit with us unscripted. Biden's not prepared to, anyway. And so what I'm doing is, and I've been doing, I think we've done over 20 events, from Wisconsin to North Carolina to demonstrate that I'm going out in the areas where we think we can win, where we can persuade people to move our way, or people are already there. And here, look, the other thing is, we have the most extensive campaign organization of anybody's had in a long, long time. We have well over 1,000 volunteers knocking on doors, making phone calls, making tens of thousands of phone calls. We have headquarters, I forget exactly how many, I want to cite a number and then find out I'm off, but we have scores of headquarters in all the toss-up states. We're organized, we're moving, and that's awful hard to replace in the near term. And so, and here's the other thing. I was in the Senate a long time. Very proud of what I've done in the Senate. I was chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee for a long time, and I was chairman or ranking member and chairman of the Judiciary Committee. I'm going to be going down to the Johnson Library. Anyway, I'm going to be going around making the case of the things that I think we have to finish and how we can't afford to lose what we've done or backslide on civil rights, civil liberties, women's rights. There's that little button we have. Control guns, not girls. I mean, the idea, we're sitting around, this is where Kamala's so good as well. We're sitting around, more children are killed by a bullet than any other cause of death. The United States of America. What the hell are we doing? What are we doing? We got a candidate saying, promise the NRA, don't worry, I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to do anything. You got a Supreme Court that is what you might call the most conservative court in American history. This is ridiculous. There's so much we can do still, and I'm determined to get it done. It's about freedom. And by the way, I'll end this. Well, I'm not going to do that. Haley has to come up too. But I remember I made a speech on democracy in Philadelphia at Independence Hall. And I'm not being critical, just observing. The bulk of the press said, what the hell is he talking about that for? Democracy. You did. Democracy is not an issue. Democracy is not an issue. Except the polling data showed 60% of the people knew I was right, thought I was right. I'm not asking you a question. You don't have to answer, obviously. But do you think our democracy is under siege based on this court? Do you think democracy is under siege based on Project 2025? Do you think he means what he says when he says he's going to do away with the civil service, eliminate the Department of Education, make sure, I mean, we've never been here before. And that's the other reason why you say hand off to another generation. I've got to finish this job. I've got to finish this job because there's so much at stake.
We've had some discussions over the past few days with your press secretary about the question of health exams. And you said you take a cognitive test every day in this job. Are you open to taking another physical or test before the election? Governor Whitmer of Michigan, for instance, said it wouldn't hurt to take a test.
Well, look, two things. One, I've taken 3 significant and intense neurological exams by a neurologist. In each case, as recently as February. And they say I'm in good shape, okay? Although I do have a little problem with my left foot because it's not as sensitive because I broke my foot and didn't wear the boot. But I'm good. I'm tested every single day about my neurological capacity, the decisions I make every day. You talk to my staff, all of you talk to my staff. Sometimes my staff talks a lot. But the fact of the matter is, I don't think you have them telling you that all the major ideas we've undertaken haven't been in part initiated by me. I remember when the staff and I said, I'm going to go to South Korea, we're going to get the chip. What are you doing? I'm going to get Japan and Korea back together again after essentially having hostilities toward one another since the end of World War II. I'm going to move and see that we can expand it. You know, the only thing age does is help you with it, creates a little bit of wisdom if you pay attention. And so the point I'm making is, I think it's important that if the neurologist tells me he thinks I need another exam, and by the way, I've laid every bit of the record out, hadn't hidden a thing. You ought to ask Trump for his, okay? I laid it all out. And every single day I'm surrounded by good docs. If they think there's a problem, I promise you, or even if they don't think it's a problem, they think I should have a neurological exam again, I'll do it. But no one's suggesting that to me now. And I'll ask you another question. No matter what I did, no one's going to be satisfied. Did you have 7 docs? Did you have 2? Who'd you have? Did you do this? How many times did you? So I am not opposed if my doctors tell me I should have another neurological exam, I'll do it. But that's where I am. Haley Bull, Scripps.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said you're making decisions on a day-to-day basis when it comes to support for Ukraine. Does that mean you have not closed the door on further considering lifting restrictions for U.S.-made weapons inside Russia? And if I may, your convention is coming up where your delegates are pledged to make you the official nominee. If they have second thoughts, are they free to vote their conscience?
Obviously, they're free to do whatever they want, but I get overwhelming support. Overwhelming support. I won, I forget how many votes I won in the primary. Overwhelming. And so tomorrow, if all of a sudden I show up at the convention, everybody says we want somebody else, that's the democratic process. It's not going to happen.
Even if that means they vote for someone else?
Sure. Look, I'll end this with this. I served in the Senate a long time. I understand the impetus of candidates running for local office and whether they think the top if they can help them or not. In my state of Delaware, which was a very, at least a purple, it was a red state when I started, in terms of where you now talk red and blue. I don't recall most of the Democratic presidents winning my state when I was a candidate. The truth of the matter is, I understand the self-interest of every candidate. If they think that, running with Biden at the top is going to hurt them, then they're going to run away. I get it. But so far, go and look at the polling data in their states. Look at the in-depth, and by the way, I think you'd all acknowledge, and you're all experts. I'm not being solicitous about the president. You're experts on this stuff. How accurate does anybody think the polls are these days? I can give you a series of polls where you have likely voters, me versus Trump, where I win all the time. When the unlikely voters vote, he wins sometimes. The bottom line is all the polling data right now, which I think is premature because the campaign really hasn't even started. I mean, it hadn't started in earnest yet. Most of the time, it doesn't start till after September, after Labor Day. So a lot happened. But I think I'm the best I believe I'm the best qualified to govern. And I think I'm the best qualified to win. But there are other people who could beat Trump too. But it's awful start from scratch. And, we talk about, money raised. We're not doing bad. We got about $220 million in the bank. We're doing well. So with that, you want to follow up on any of that you just asked me?
Yes. You earlier explained confidence in your vice president.
Yes.
If your team came back and showed you data that she would fare better against former President Donald Trump, would you reconsider your decision to stay in the race?
No, unless they came back and said, there's no way you can win. Me. No one's saying that. No poll says that.
Mr. President,
okay. Thank
This ends tonight's press conference. Thanks, everybody. This concludes.
Respectfully, earlier you misspoke in your opening answer. You referred to Vice President Harris as Vice President Trump. Right now, Donald Trump is using that to mock your age and your memory. How do you combat that criticism from tonight?
Listen to him.
This concludes tonight's press conference. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, everyone.
All right. We'll stay on this for a second. I'm leaving it up. We'll see if we hear anything. We want to hear what you thought of this. Okay, coverage has concluded for today. Okay, hang on a moment. You can't hear me. You can't hear me. All right, now you can hear me. You can hear me now. Okay, so I want to hear what you guys had to think about that. I do think there were things in that press conference that if you're a Biden supporter and you think he should stay in the race, I think there were things for you to like. He certainly talked a lot in detail about foreign policy. It was, I think, definitely a better performance than in the debate against Trump. There weren't moments where he would sit, it wasn't like a lot of sitting there and not knowing what to say. So, on the side, if you're somebody who likes Biden and wants him to run, I think you could make a case that that press conference was helpful. On the other hand, if you're somebody who thinks Biden shouldn't run, and you're somebody who thinks, that the American public thinks he's too old and too limited to be president, there was stuff for you to support your view. Obviously he called Vice President Harris, Vice President Trump at the beginning, fine. But, a lot of the answers were long. A number of the answers seemed kind of rambly. And like what one person might take as like, oh, that's he's talking about foreign policy in detail and he's making sense about what he says. There's an answer like that. But another person might say, like, you're in a press conference. You should be aware when your answers get too long and trying to keep them short and answer the question. So I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know what like the big press take is going to be on this. I could see some disagreements. I don't know what America's take is going to be on this. But I do think that I will say this. I don't think that people in Congress and Americans who were having doubts about Joe Biden, and specifically people who thought maybe he's like slowed down and he's too old to be president again, I don't see this performance as one that they're going to say like, no, I was wrong. I think for most people, they're going to, if that was their view, they're going to stick with their view. But as I said, I think there is stuff in there for the people who think he should stay in the race and think he should run and support his candidacy. I think there's stuff for them to look at there, and they'll say things like, look at all the detailed foreign policy answers he gave. So I don't know what to say. I'm interested to hear what you guys thought about it. Maybe it's going to be one of these things where how you thought about that depends on your opinion of him. I don't know. But let me just real quick fix. I think we're good here. Okay. Somebody said they want a poll. People want a poll. Did this change your opinion of Biden? Now, this will not be a scientific poll because for all I know, we have more Biden supporters watching or more Trump supporters watching. So I don't know. My guess is that the poll might end up on those lines. But we'll do it anyway. We'll do a poll where how did this change your opinion of Biden? Hang on, I'm going to do this right now. Add option. Better, worse, no change. Should I ask that? Should I say how did it change your opinion of Biden, or should I just ask was this poll good for his candidacy? I'm going to ask that. How did this press conference change your opinion of Biden? Better, worse, or no change? All right, I'm asking that on YouTube right now, and now I'm going to post it on Twitch. And I honestly, I don't know. I'll go tonight and watch some of the news shows after this. I don't know what they're going to say, but again, I think there's stuff in there. If you are a Biden supporter and think he should stay in, there's stuff for you to point at and say, that's good. See, he did a good job. And I also think there's stuff for people who are detractors of Biden or think he's not going to win and want him to pull out, that there's stuff that they can point at too. Hang on a second here. So I'm going to take some of your comments in a second. But I'm posting this poll question on Twitch. But again, I want to emphasize this. I don't know what the breakdown is of people watching this broadcast right now. So there might be way more Biden supporters or way more Trump supporters, which could obviously affect the polling results. And by the way, let me just give a quick thank you for your support. I also thank you to some people. MG Monkey, Ray Serrana, The Funktopus, Blissy, K. Michelle M., Johnny Mack, Robin Ridge, Joe, Al, Neil Johnson, Seize the Day, Rudolph, Crazy Yoda, Hambone, Grevin Chair, The Mad Kiwi, and Jeff Craddock, BDK. Really appreciate your support. Johnny Mack, E. Dragon, Anaya, Corrine 2721, Justin Lamb, Casmira Flanagan, Martin Gingrich, Casper, A. Aaron, aka Matt, Meow Mix, a name in a different language that I can't read, but thank you. Karine Amos, Vincent, MS Billy, and did I get everybody? Hannah H. M. Meow Mix, Gypsy Moon, Senator Funstein, Sunflower, Gina Marie, Kate Rose. Sorry, I'm way behind on the thank yous. Mitchell Black, Kat Dean, Harper Ann, Sherry S., Carolina Gal, Eric Buonomo. And I think I'm caught up. Big Dog Ron, Jeffrey B., Sunflower, thank you. Sorry for the delay in thanking you. Okay, now, let me look at the poll results. I'm going to show you guys the poll results. So over there on YouTube, I asked you guys, do you think this, how did this change your opinion of Biden? Better, worse, or no change? And over there on YouTube, here is what the viewers say on YouTube. I'm going to show you that right now. Our viewers on YouTube say 12% better, 52% worse, and 36% no change. So about half worse, about a third no change, and about 12% better. And on Twitch, 19% say better on Twitch. Actually, you know what I'll do? I'll even show it. You get bonus coverage here. Double poll displays, guys. Oh my gosh, it's crazy. Look at, we got double polls coming at you. Double poll display just for you. Special coverage. There's Twitch. Oops, you can't see it. There's so Twitch on the right and YouTube on the left. On Twitch, more people on Twitch saying no change. Kind of similar, better numbers. More people saying worse or no change. So, yeah, I honestly, you know, sometimes I feel like when something like this ends, I feel like I know when I watch TV after what the pundits are going to say. I'm not really sure on this. You know, I did see a couple of pundits say, I didn't really get much chance to look, but I did see a couple of analysts say that they thought, I forget, I don't even know who they are. I was kind of swiftly going through my X feed, and a couple of people were saying they thought it was one of them said it was a Goldilocks performance, like the ABC interview. It's not bad enough that it's a disaster, but it's not good enough to fix things. And then I will say one of our viewers, Josh Z, he made a comment, which I think was kind of similar to that. And he thinks it's a worst case scenario if Biden does well enough to stay in and that I can stay a candidate. Oh, by the way, so let me say this. I actually will say this, and there's one more thing I want to say, and I should have said it before. I think maybe my biggest takeaway of the whole thing, my biggest takeaway of the whole thing is he does not seem to be considering stepping aside. When he came out there, the first thing he did in his opening remarks, he talked about NATO, and then it became like a campaign speech. And a number of times when he was asked questions, about questioning whether he was going to stay in the race and his fitness to be the president and stuff, he would just start listing his accomplishments. It just struck me that he was not seriously considering stepping aside. He did interestingly say it was interesting. He did say at the end that he did think there were other people who could beat Trump. Also, there was this very interesting thing where, like, he was asked, like, if you were presented with evidence that Kamala Harris, like, was doing better in the polling against Trump than you, would you step aside? And he said no. So that was interesting. But yeah, this is just my take. I got the feeling like this is someone who is not considering stepping aside right now. That's at least the feeling I got. I don't know about you guys. So anyways, all right. So just to finish up these polls, you can see, oops, now we have so the poll was like 42. I think on Twitch it was something like 42 and 40. Roughly 40% of the people said it made them feel either worse about Biden or the same. And about, what was it, about 20% on Twitch said that it made them feel better about Biden, made their opinion of him better. And then over there on YouTube, it was, I'm going to end it now, but 52% said the press conference made them feel worse about Biden, 35% said no change, and 13% said better. Again, I don't know what the political breakdown of our audience is, so it's not a scientific poll, but I just did want to thank you for voting. And I wanted to show you, just take the temperature of the room. Okay, I want to read some of your comments. Again, I don't really know how this is going to play out. I do want to fix the headline. It seems a little off-center. Sorry. The headline's probably messed up because I was... Let me just fix it. Let me just fix it here. Let's see. Okay, that seems good. Let me just fix the headline on the other page. I'm going to make this disappear. It's going to be black for a second. It's obviously we're not watching the Biden press conference. We're on our post show. Okay, we're back. Now we're back. We're good to go. Okay. You can, by the way, you can message me on X at Lookner. What is this here? Oh, breaking news. We have some breaking news. We're hearing, a viewer just messaged me. I guess somebody else is calling for Biden to step down. Hang on. Breaking news. Breaking news. We have breaking news. We have breaking news right now. Connecticut Congressman Jim Himes. Check this out. Breaking news. Jim Himes from Connecticut, who is the ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee, a Democrat, calls for President Biden not to risk his legacy by continuing a re-election bid. That is from Margaret Brennan. This is Jim Himes. He just came out and said this, Connecticut Congressman Jim Himes. Joe Biden's record of public service is unrivaled. His accomplishments are immense. His legacy is as great as a great president is secure. He must not risk that legacy, those accomplishments, and American democracy to soldier. He must not risk that legacy, those accomplishments, and American democracy to soldier on in the face of the horrors promised by Donald Trump. Wow. So hold on. This is from Jim Himes, who just came out with this right after the press conference. U.S. Representative Jim Himes from Connecticut, the highest ranking Democrat on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. And he says, President Joe Biden is a remarkable leader of unparalleled public service, undeniable achievement, and unconditional patriotism. His administration created historic job growth and put people over politics, and by cutting health care costs, passing gun safety reforms, rebuilding our infrastructure, and restoring a brutally divided nation's sense of decency. It has been the honor of my career to work with him on the achievements that secured his remarkable legacy in American history. It is because of those traits and in consideration of that legacy that I hope President Biden will step away from the presidential campaign. The 2024 election will define the future of American democracy, and we must put forth the strongest candidate possible to confront the threat posed by Trump's promised MAGA authoritarianism. I no longer believe that is Joe Biden, and I hope that, as he has throughout a lifetime of public service, he will continue to put our nation first and, as he promised, make way for a new generation of leaders. So Jim Himes was not convinced by the press conference tonight. Just moments after the press conference, it looks like, if I have the timing right, he comes out and says Biden should not run. Now, let me just check and see if any other Congress people have come out. Let's see. I got to check here. But Jim Himes came out right after. Let's see. I'm looking here. I'm not seeing it. So will any more come out tonight? I'm seeing Himes. I don't see any others at the moment. Yes, and Jake Sherman from Politico says this was moments after the news conference. Look at this. This is very interesting from Jake Sherman from Punchbowl. Moments after the news conference, Jim Himes, the top Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee, says he should step aside. Himes represents a Southern Connecticut district that he's held for 15 years. Biden won Himes' district by 29 points. So this is not somebody, I don't know if, it wouldn't seem that Himes would be overly concerned with himself winning his district, although I don't know, because Biden won Himes' district 4 years ago by 29 points. But it's interesting that it's not like Himes is in a battleground district. Very interesting from analysis from Jake Sherman. Okay, so we got to keep an eye on, as I read your comments, we got to keep an eye on if anybody else will come out tonight and say they don't want Biden to run. Something else I want to point out, and this is something else I forgot. There was this moment at the end of the press conference where Biden started doing this thing where he was denying the polls again. So he started talking about members of Congress who are concerned about that Biden will drag them down in the polls. And first he denied that the polls are actually bad for Democratic congressmen. That's the first thing he did. Then he started questioning the polls. And he said something like questioning the accuracy of polls, questioning whether they were even accurate. And then he also was saying the campaign is just beginning, things like that. Let's see. Yeah, so, I don't know that when he does that, I don't think that's making Democratic Congress people who are concerned about the polling and concerned about their own seat, I don't think they probably don't love hearing Biden saying, you're actually not behind and the polls are wrong, and then saying that the polls are not accurate. So it was interesting because he didn't really talk about that. That felt more like the ABC interview. And he didn't really say that stuff earlier in the press conference, but right at the end of the press conference, he said it. But so with that in mind, what made me think of that is David Axelrod, who's a very prominent Democratic former, worked on campaigns and now a major Democratic analyst, I would say. He said, this is what he said, and I just saw this and thought of Biden saying that about the polls. David Axelrod said, if what Biden said at the end of his presser is true, it sounds like Biden's team has not been very candid with him about what the data is showing. The age issue is a huge and potentially insurmountable concern, and his odds of victory are very, very slim. And I can't remember if Biden said something like, I'm not behind or something like that. I'd have to go back and watch everything he said. But what David Axelrod is talking about is he thinks that Biden is not acknowledging the reality of where this race stands. Okay. All right, let me just make sure that we don't have anyone else, any other members of Congress coming out and announcing that they don't want Biden to run. Again, Jim Himes, who's the highest-ranking Democratic member of the House Intelligence Committee, came out right after the press conference, Democrat in Congress, and said he did not want Biden to run. And actually, let me just show you something else. Jonathan Swan, who's with the New York Times, posted an interesting analysis. So I want to mention what Jonathan Swan said. Jonathan Swan said, people close to Trump are thrilled about Biden's solid enough performance. It was strong enough they perceive hope to keep his candidacy alive. They foresee a landslide with Biden as their opponent, and would rather not have anything happen to introduce risk, change, or uncertainty. The status quo is their clear preference, even if they hardly fear Kamala Harris. That's what Jonathan Swan with the New York Times thinks. Okay, what do you guys think? I want to hear more from you. At Lookner on X is where you can reach me. Hold on. I'm going to be checking the chat as well. Trace thinks Jonathan Swan isn't wrong. So NYC Urbanista says, and then there was the creepy whispering at the end. So I don't know how Americans think when Biden whispers on stage. Clearly NYC Urbanista doesn't like it. Maybe some people are fine with it. I don't know. Again, one thing I'll say is if to repeat, I think there was stuff for people to like about it and people to not like about it, depending on, there was both there. He talked a lot in detail about foreign policy issues and showed a big knowledge of foreign policy. At the same time, there were certainly some answers that seemed rambling. And overall, it was kind of just, like when David Sanger asked him about Russia, was he asking about Russia? Anyways, there were a couple of foreign policy answers that just seemed to go on and on and on. And you might say, well, what's the problem if it goes on and on and on if he's talking intelligently about foreign policy? And I understand you saying that, but it's a show. It's a presentation. It's not a foreign policy. It's not a foreign policy colloquium. It's not a talk at the Institute of Foreign Policy. This is it's a press conference which people around the country and the world are watching, and it's basically serving him as a campaign event. And my guess is that the campaign doesn't want him to just go on and on and on, giving an answer about foreign policy that probably a lot of Americans are not really going to follow that well anyway. And that also doesn't, probably is not the most concise way to answer the question. So, there's two sides to those kind of answers. It just, if people were worried about him, that he's slowed down, I think some people could look at this and say he was just going on and rambling. Now, he was also, other people might look at that answer and say, oh, he was talking really intelligently about foreign policy. But, he can't afford to lose a lot of votes in this election. Anyways, C. Prouse says, our viewer C. Prouse says, you don't think it's clear he's too slow and weary for another term? So it sounds like that's what C. Prouse thinks. See, this is what I'm saying. I'm not going to put words in C. Prouse's mouth, but if you're someone who's worried about him being slow and weary, and you might look at some of his answers tonight and say, he just keeps going on and on, he's slow, and he's not really getting to the point, and he's not answering the question, and that might, firm up your view of him as too slow and weary. Whereas other people might watch that and go wow, he really knows a lot about foreign policy. I'm impressed. And he's recalling stuff, different aspects of these of the issues in Gaza and Russia and stuff. And now I feel better about him. So again, I don't know how different people are going to think about this. Poetry Positive says, I feel like he divulged too much info on his foreign policy tangents. Yeah, you know, I think for someone who doesn't know a lot about foreign policy and isn't like super into it, they might have seen those answers as long as rambling, but others might like them. So, but I understand that viewpoint. Our viewer Andrew Opak writes, and Andrew says, unfortunately, this will not stop the bleeding. I truly feel the damage was done, and the concern is still there. Feel for him as a human being. As for many, it's hard sometimes to let go of what you love to do. Look, I'll also say this. He is, once again, he did not go out of his way to address the concerns of the many Democrats that were worried by his debate performance and might feel that he's slowed down too much and he's too old, however you want to say it. You know, again, at the end, he was questioning the accuracy of polling and saying that Democratic candidates aren't really behind in the polls. You know, if a big part of this press conference is supposed to be to win back those people who have really strong doubts now, you know, one thing he didn't do is really, you know, say like, hey, look, those of you out there who saw me at the debate, you know, I get why you're really worried. Here's why you shouldn't be worried. You know, like he said again that he talked about the travel again. He blamed his staff for setting up, and he said he made a mistake going on this travel, which was like, I guess 12 days before the debate, I think, and he's still blaming the travel for the debate. And that is not going to win people back who think like, no, it's not the travel. I saw the debate with my own eyes. There was clearly some huge issue there. So, you know, the job, as I understand these appearances, the priority one is to win over the doubters, but I don't think he made a big effort to acknowledge that view. He's still doing this thing where it's like, you know, it's the travel. It was a bad night kind of thing. I don't know if he said the word bad night, but that was kind of, he said, I made a mistake. That's what he said. I made a mistake, and he blamed the travel. So, you know, that's not going to go very far, I don't think, to get those people back who might have been turned off by the debate. So, you know, someone could argue that maybe he should have been focusing more on that kind of thing. Hang on a second here. So I'm checking some more of the comments here. People keep sending me this story. I don't know what the deal is. CNN posted on X, Barack Obama and Nancy Pelosi have spoken privately about Biden's campaign as Democrats look to steer the president out of the 2024 race. It doesn't say that Obama and Pelosi want to steer him out of the race, does it? I don't know I mean, that tweet doesn't say anything about it. It says Barack Obama and Pelosi have spoken privately about Joe Biden. Okay, fine. Both the former president and ex-speaker expressed concerns about how much harder they think it's become for the president to beat Donald Trump. Neither is quite sure what to do. Is that big a story, that they're not sure what to do and they think it's harder for him to beat Trump? I don't know. They also, as part of the story, they said CNN spoke with more than a dozen members of Congress, operatives, and multiple people in touch with Obama and Pelosi, many of who say the end for Biden's candidacy feels clear, and at this point, it's just a matter of how it plays out, even after Thursday night's news conference. You know, and so it's not, the article is not saying like, oh, Obama and Pelosi want him to pull out. I think some people might be reading that into the story, but it's not there. Paul Tissue, our viewer, thinks President Biden should have limited the press conference to under 30 minutes. He would have had a more favorable impression since he began to seriously fade back then. That's what Paul thinks. Pip Johnson thought it sounded like 40-year-old Biden, certainly pepped up. That's what Pip Johnson, our viewer, thought. Big Duke says, do the Democrats have enough time to replace Joe? Can another candidate pick up enough momentum until November? So look, Biden seems to think not. At the end, Biden actually made a comment about how he thought there wasn't like enough time for a new candidate. It was like too late for a new candidate to start from scratch. He did say that. Oh, hey guys. So Annie Carney, who's with the New York Times, writes, feedback from Capitol Hill. This may make an already very slow decision process even slower. So I think what she's talking about is, you know, the people, some people might look at that and say, like, he did a good job, and there's, you know, he's with it, and he gave all these, you know, complex foreign policy answers. And some people might look at it and say, you know, no, that didn't satisfy me at all. So, but it wasn't an utter disaster. It wasn't like the debate. So, and Michael Grinbaum posted that Jen Psaki on MSNBC said it gave them more time, which for the campaign is a win. It doesn't mean it's a win for the process, because this purgatory and this in-between is a real challenge. I have seen a number of commentators suggest that this like wasn't a win for Biden or wasn't a big loss. It kind of is just keeps things going at the same place. Now remember, CBS News had reported just before the debate. CBS News reported just before the debate that, and specifically Catherine Watson reporting it, they reported that dozens of members of Congress were going to come out in the next 48 hours after, not the debate, the press conference. CBS, Catherine Watson had said, four Democratic sources tell CBS News they expect dozens of Democratic lawmakers over the next 48 hours to issue statements calling for Biden to step out of the race, Margaret Brennan reports. Catherine Watson also said House Democratic leadership has indicated to members that they should speak their minds, multiple sources told CBS News. One of those well-placed sources predicted that the next 3 or 4 days will be, quote, brutal, and that it may become untenable by sometime next week. If that reporting was true, and there were dozens of members of Congress who, right before the press conference, were ready to come out afterwards in the next couple of days and say, that's it, he shouldn't run. Did the press conference change their minds? I don't know if it did. I mean, one Democrat so far, right after the press conference, Jim Himes, who's the ranking Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee, he came out right after the press conference and called on Biden to not run. But that's the only one I've seen so far. I don't know what's going to happen in the next couple of days. Is there somebody new? I think there's somebody new. I think there's somebody else calling for him. There might be somebody new. Nicholas Wu from Politico is reporting that Scott Peters from California is asking on Biden to withdraw from the race. I think this is a new person. I think Scott Peters had not openly said yet that he wanted Joe to go. I think this might be new. Yes, Scott Peters now. This is another one. This is a new one. Politico's Daniela Diaz from Politico reports this too. So we have another congressman just came out, a Democratic congressman, and is saying that he does not want Biden to run. I'm going to show you. I'm going to tell you this statement right now. I'll show you right now. Here it is right here. Sorry. Yeah, I'll just read it to you. So Daniela Diaz with Politico says, Representative Scott Peters from California becomes the 16th lawmaker to call for Biden to step aside. Today, I ask President Biden to withdraw from the presidential campaign, Representative Scott Peters, Democrat of California, wrote in a statement obtained by Politico. So that is 2 members of Congress so far after the press conference who have come out publicly and said Biden should not run. That's 2. And that's after the press conference. Okay? Will there be more tonight? I don't know. But we already have 2. So the press conference did not convince those 2 members. I don't know where this is going. Are we going to see dozens of members of Congress, like CBS reported, in the next 48 hours come out and tell Biden to not run? We'll have to see. But that's 2 so far. Strange Reverend thinks it's all going downhill. So there are 213 Democrats in the House, I believe, and 47 Democrats and I think 4 independents in the Senate. Hey, a quick thanks to Budget Girl and Stacy and One Way Street. One Way Street says, is it normal to have a list of reporters to call on? I don't know, actually, One Way Street. I genuinely don't know. I will say this, One Way Street. None of the people I follow a lot of political reporters, and none of them has really commented on that. So I doubt that it's like some huge deal just because I haven't seen it being commented on, but I don't know. Thanks, One Way Street. Thanks, House of Virgo, who says not concerned with Biden now, but in 2 years. Thanks also, Listener, for your support, and Mason Langford. Do you think Biden answered any journalists' questions tonight? If you were a journalist and had one question, what would you ask him? I haven't even thought about that. I think maybe what I would have asked, and I don't know if somebody asked this, I think maybe what I would have asked, because I haven't seen him do it, is what would you say for the people out there who are watching and they watched your debate and they said like, wow, something seems really wrong here. I just can't, this is not just a bad night. Like I don't feel comfortable voting for this person. And somebody who says that's clearly not from travel. That's clearly not from a cold. That's something deeper. What do you say to reassure them? What can you say to them? Because again, something I haven't seen him do in the press conference and the interview with ABC with Stephanopoulos is just really address directly those people and acknowledge their concern and kind of have a genuine one-on-one with them where he says, like, I get what you're saying. Here's why I think you can trust me. So I think maybe I would have liked to have seen that kind of moment. I don't know if he would have done it, but I think I think it would have benefited him to do that more. Thanks also Senator Funstein, who thinks the stage is set now and we have been duly promised by Biden he is not stepping down. He seems very defiant, even annoyed at the complaining Democrats, said Senator Funstein. Thanks to Bama Fan 11, by the way, and Shartman and Majin Drive. I appreciate that. Angry Tacos, Laura Swanson, PH Survivor, Joseph Fiorentino, thanks for your support. Johnny Mack, Succuled, and Andy MN05. I also want to say a quick thanks to our moderators. They are so awesome. Oh, and hold on. I also owe thank yous on Twitch to Paper City Gamer, DeWolf's Den on Twitch, Boaz on Twitch. Thanks for your support. Mighty73, Who Shot JR, B. Goskowski, Sketty Sandwich, thank you. So let me just say a quick thanks to our mods, because we can only have chat rooms because our mods are here, and I really, really appreciate them being here. Ruth Krafasi is moderating right now over on YouTube. Thank you so much, Ruth. Cynthia Moon is there moderating. Big thanks to you. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us over on X. Thank you very much. Over on Twitch right now, we have moderating Bash and Girl, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, McBritches, and Sarah. Thank you so much. And we also have moderating on Facebook hang on. One moment here. Kay Larry Body, Paul Anderson, Christina Neal. Big thanks to all of our Facebook mods as well. Leanne Ticknor, our viewer on Facebook, says, I think it's just a matter of time and critical mass of Congress members speaking out, but Obama and Pelosi could certainly expedite. It's a big question is how many more Democrats in Congress are going to come out and publicly call on Biden to not run. 2 have happened so far after the press conference. There's been 2. I gotta say, the 2 who came out against him, the 2 Congress people who came out after the press conference and called on him to not run, I mean, they must not think that the press conference really changed things much. They must not think, oh, all of my fellow Democrats want him to run. I don't know. Maybe they don't care. Oh, I got the Scott Peters statement here. Andrew Solinder posted this. This is the Scott Peters from California statement. He's with Axios, but this is a statement from Scott Peters. Andrew Solinder says he's a prominent figure among the moderate House Democrats. So he just a few minutes ago announced that he was calling on Biden to not run. Let me just see. Hang on one second here. I'll show you that statement in a second. Okay, again, Andrew Solinder posted this statement from Scott Peters. And it says, if I can get it on the screen for you, the nation owes an enormous debt of gratitude to President Biden for saving us from a second term of a Trump presidency in 2020 and for leading with his huge heart and steady hand in challenging times. His debate performance did not diminish his remarkable accomplishments and record of service. It's now clear, however, that the president's record of accomplishments will not translate into similar success in his re-election campaign. I wonder what polls they're looking at, by the way. That would be interesting to see. After a long primary process, we were on track to lose coming into the debate. The debate raised real concern among elected leaders, supporters, and voters that the president will not be able to wage a winning campaign. And while the Biden campaign claims the post-debate national polls remain relatively unchanged, polling in the swing states has worsened alarmingly, says California Democrat Scott Peters. Today, I asked President Biden to withdraw from the presidential campaign. The stakes are high, and we are on a losing course. Wow. My conscience requires me to speak up and put loyalty to the country and into democracy ahead of my great affection for and loyalty to the president and those around him. We must find a candidate from our deep bench who can defeat Donald Trump. That means fielding a ticket that can win in the swing states where Democrats are not dominant but where this election will be decided. The candidate must be selected through a fair and transparent process, and then when we leave our convention next month in Chicago, we must rally together and fight like hell. I hope all Democrats will join me in putting the country first, preserving the progress of the past 4 years, and solidifying Joe Biden's legacy as one of the great leaders of our time by defeating Donald Trump. So that is a statement by Scott Peters. He's saying he does not think Biden can win in the swing states and they need to replace him, and he needs to not run. So, again, that was just a few minutes ago that he came out and said that. Are we going to see any others? Any other members of Congress coming out tonight and calling on Biden to not run? We'll see. Not to mention the next couple days. Quick thanks to Musek21 and Senator Funstein and Billy Joe Drage and Camus. Camus thinks if like a half dozen come out tonight, then Biden is cooked. Thank us also Isaac Kitchens. Isaac says, one thing that bothered me is he being tested daily for cognitive ability. Not sure if that exactly is the case. But shouldn't that be a worry for someone that runs our country? Yeah, so to be clear, when he says I'm being tested every day, he means like I'm tested because I have this really demanding job and I do it every day. He did say like he would take a cognitive exam if a doctor told him to, but the doctors aren't telling him that. Thank you, David Perkins, by the way, also in Budget Girl. Does the VP have to be named at the RNC? I believe yes. I'm guessing the party, aside from getting the person on the ballot, my guess is that the Republican Party rules and the Democratic Party rules require the ticket to be named at the. I don't know this for sure, but my assumption is that the party rules would require the vice presidential candidate to be named at the convention. He's going to anyway. All the reporting suggests he's going to, but my assumption would be that the rules would mandate that. I don't know for sure though, Budget Girl. Thank you also, Stacy, for your support. Hang on. Let me read some more comments from you guys. Give me a shout also on X at Lookner. One of our viewers said, hang on. The comment went away. Stacy thinks he should offer to take a cognitive test since the American people thinks he needs one. He also said he didn't think it would be enough. People would just want him to keep doing more. El Deuterino says he literally said he took 3 neurocognitive tests. I can't remember exactly what he said, but he said he has taken tests before. I think he might have mentioned February or something. I don't know exactly what he took. So, if you want to know the exact words he said, you can go rewind the video and look at the press conference again. All right, hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Steve Holland says that news conference was 59 minutes long. Someone awesome says, can you explain how much time Democrats have to make the switch? Well, I mean, if they want to do it before the convention's in what, late August? Which is August 19th to 22. So, look, I mean, how much time they have? At any point in time, Biden could decide he doesn't want to run. Now, there's practical difficulties with that. I don't know. I mean, obviously, there's got to be some way of dealing with a candidate who pulls out of the race, like after the ballots, after the ballot deadlines, right? I mean, you wouldn't want this to happen, but it's possible that a candidate for president, for example, could have a health issue 3 weeks before, or they pass away 3 weeks before the election, right? So there would have to be some way to deal with that. I don't know exactly how that would go down, but there would have to be some way to deal with that. So I know that there's like ballot deadlines, but you know, if Trump or Biden or any candidate a month and a half before the election said they couldn't go on and they just couldn't run, I'm guessing there would still be an election. So I don't know how all the procedural stuff works with the ballot deadlines. Maybe different states have different things where we can change the ballot in the case of this, but you have to do A, B, C, and D and all that stuff. So, you know, there's practical considerations, but I mean, even if there's like a ballot deadline to be on a ballot in a certain state by a certain day, whatever it is, does that really mean that they can't pull out? I don't know that that's the case. But practically speaking, also obviously if you're the Democrats, you would want, and by the way, it's Biden who has to decide, not the Democrats. Biden has to decide if he wants to run. It's up to Biden because he has the delegates. And the delegates vote. Unless the delegates rebel against him and decide not to vote for him. But there's no huge sign of that kind of sizable defection from him right now. But so if you're the Democrats and you're going to have a new candidate, you would want it to be as soon as possible because you have a limited amount of time to figure out who the new candidate even is among the possible candidates and to have them do a campaign. But so I don't know enough about all of the deadline stuff and everything. Like, when do you have to be on the ballot by and all this stuff? But I have to think there is some sort of procedure, whereas if Biden decided on September 15th he didn't want to run, or maybe Biden or Trump had a health issue, that they could somehow be replaced. But I don't know, you know. So that's like a whole legal question that I'm not familiar with. But practically speaking, if you're the Democrats and the candidate's going to be replaced, you want to do it as soon as possible. And maybe there's some kind of thing where there start becoming like weird big procedural hurdles if it's after a certain date. But that answer I just don't know. That answer I just don't know. You know, obviously you get to a point where if Joe Biden was to announce the day before the election, I'm not running anymore, well, at that point, I don't think there's going to be a different candidate, right? So there's probably some date by which you just can't change it. But I don't know the specifics on how late date that is. It's a fair question, but I just don't know. No, and somebody mentioned August 7th, and I don't know about this. There's this thing where, like, maybe they have to have some kind of virtual vote of the delegates in the Democratic convention to get Biden on the ballot in October, in Ohio, but I've read some stuff suggesting that's not the case. I don't understand what the whole deal is with the Ohio thing, and, you know, whether they have to do a virtual nomination of him in Ohio to get him on the Ohio ballot. But I've seen some discussion of this, but I'm certainly, I keep reading stuff saying it's going to be up to the delegates at the convention. So I don't think it's going to get decided by, I don't think the August 7th thing is a hard deadline. Because if it was, I wouldn't keep hearing all kinds of outlets talking about how it could get decided at the convention. But I am not a legal expert on all of the ballot stuff. Thanks to Joy Cordova for your support, and Scott Gimble and Tex-Mex and Aaron Easton. Aaron says, how did representatives nominate him at the convention? Couldn't they nominate another candidate? Yeah, so delegates are supposed to vote for who they are pledged for on the first ballot, but they're not completely bound, but it's basically a huge deal. I guess they can vote their conscience. So, again, it's not like literally automatic that they have to vote for Biden if they're Biden delegates, but they're supposed to. And I don't know the language, but it's basically like it's not automatic, but you're really supposed to. But in theory, they don't have to. So, in theory, Biden delegates could decide to not vote for Biden at the convention. But I've seen no reporting suggesting that a majority of the Biden delegates are considering not voting for him. You know? And, you know, it's you could understand why they would have that leeway written in. Maybe a candidate does something 2 days before the convention that's just so heinous that it's like, well, I don't want to vote for that person. Was the intention of that rule to allow leeway in a situation like this? I have no idea. But technically speaking, Biden delegates could not vote for Biden. But again, I've not seen any reporting yet suggesting there's like a risk that a majority of them would not vote for him. I don't know, though. I don't know the delegates. So anyways, it's a good question. Thank you, Aaron. Yes, so as Aaron says, right, in theory, Biden could be replaced without stepping down if he's not nominated the convention. But I'm not going to think that that's a serious possibility until I see some reliable reporting that says it is. And I haven't seen any yet. But again, that's a good point to make, that would be a theoretical possibility. Thanks so much, Marty Hagwood, for your support. That's very generous of you, Marty. Thank you very much. World says, could Biden change as vice president in a second term? Sure, he could. There's no sign he will, but he could. That's up to him. As far as I'm aware, I don't see why they couldn't. I mean, hasn't that happened? Yeah, there have been presidents who switched their vice presidents. Although with that, I mean, is it too late for him? I mean, wasn't it on the ballot? How would the procedure work? Could he just, because it wasn't on the delegates ballot that the ballot in the primaries that it was a ticket? By the way, I'm looking at the history of like different vice presidents for the same president. I'm not seeing like one article that just explains it right away. I guess the James Madison have different ones. Yes, so like Thomas Jefferson, there's two. I don't know what the exact deal with it. Hold on a second here. Hold on. Maybe there's more recent ones I'm forgetting. Roosevelt, Henry Wallace, Harry Truman. I don't know the circumstances of all these. Ulysses Grant had two. One of our viewers, John Phelps, says FDR switched Truman on his fourth election. But that was after, sorry. Yes, oh, right here. I'm sorry, Truman, right. Three for Roosevelt. Garner, Wallace, Truman. Again, I don't know all of the ins and outs about, look, it's just a theoretical question. There's no sign whatsoever that Biden wants to change as vice president. But just a thought off the top of my head is, if people, when they vote in the primary, are voting for a ticket, would the delegates also be pledged to Harris as vice president? And so would Biden have to convince the delegates to switch their vote somehow? I don't know. I don't know how it works. Tala says Nixon replaced Spiro Agnew. Again, it's an interesting question. I don't want to get off on this tangent. I don't know the answers. I don't know the presidential history well enough. I don't know the procedure. So Agnew, Agnew pleaded no contest to a single felony charge of tax evasion and resigned from office. Then Nixon replaced him with House Republican Gerald Ford after Agnew resigned. So I don't know all the details of this. Look, this is from the U.S. Senate. The Constitution did not provide for any method of replacing the vice president should he or she resign, die in office, or succeed to the presidency. But it did provide that in the absence of a vice president, the Senate should choose a president pro tempore for the time being. Prior to 1967, during 16 periods when the nation did not have a vice president, the Senate's president pro tempore effectively served as the acting vice president. In 1967, ratification of the 25th Amendment allowed the president to name a new vice president with the approval of both houses of Congress. Anyways, all right, we're going down. Too much time on this. It's an interesting question. I'm not going to be able to answer your questions adequately. I'm sorry I don't know more about it, but I'm making an executive decision. We're not going down that road anymore. I'm sorry. You could go do your own research. It's an interesting question. Hey, quick thanks to Marty Hagwood, who says it would not be surprised if they replaced Biden with Hillary. Harris can't win. That's what Marty says. Thank you, Marty. It's very generous of you. My view on Hillary is that Democrats would be like, there would be enough Democrats who would think that she has such a negative view by Republicans that they wouldn't want to risk running her. So again, if Biden says he's not going to run, it's up to the delegates. It's up to the delegates at the convention, about 4,000 delegates. So if Biden says he's not going to run, the delegates have to vote. So it's not just like one person in the Democratic Party chooses. April Coco thinks Hillary is done with. But I personally think that Democrats would be worried about her negatives. But I don't know the delegates, so I can't speak for them. Hey, thank you, Marty Hagwood. I appreciate that. Thank you also, Jude and Senator Funstein. Says, any Democrats saying how well he did? I don't know. I have to look. I haven't even gotten a chance to look at all the... I'm sure there's so many responses on this, to this press conference tonight. So I will look, Jude. Thank you. Thank you also, Haniel Vargas, and Scott Gimbel and Tex-Mex. Let's see here. Hang on a second here. I'm guessing there are some Democrats saying great job and some not saying that. That's my guess, but let me keep an eye out here. Nandita Bose, who's with Reuters, says, several Biden donors who had expressed concerns are telling me they think Biden's performance was strong. One said, this is the person who can beat Trump. The mistakes are baked in and the upside is strong. So Nandita Bose of Reuters talked to some donors who said they were happy with his performance and they felt better about him, or at least one of them did. Igor Bobik reports, he's with HuffPost, that Brad Schneider, Representative Brad Schneider, who called on Biden to step aside, said on CNN that Biden did a fine job praising his command of the issues before adding, but the fact is we can't have a situation where every day we're holding our breath, whether it's a press conference or a rally. Bears fan says, I watched this entire press conference with you and then saw you try to suggest Biden didn't have any stops, where there was at least a half a dozen times where he couldn't finish the sentence and said, well, anyways. NGL, bro, that was wild to see. Well, look, there were times when he was saying something and then said, well, anyways. It seemed to me, I didn't notice any time where he was sitting there for 15 seconds in silence, not knowing what to say. That's the point I was making. You know, maybe you think he didn't know what to say. I also think there's a point at which he feels like he's going on too long. But what we didn't see is one of these moments where he's just sitting there saying nothing for 15 or 20 seconds. And that's specifically the point I was making. So maybe you think, it sounds like you think some of those points were very concerning to you, which is fine. That's perfectly fine, but that's not the point I was making. My point I was making is that we did not have any points where he just kind of shut down and stopped talking. Hang on a second here. Arm in Amsterdam says he was pointing and yelling at a crazy person, like a crazy person. There was that one point at the end where he got very worked up over gun control and the lack of gun control laws. Now that wasn't, he didn't do that a lot during the stream, during the press conference. That was the one time I can remember. It was quite noticeable. He wasn't doing that throughout the press conference. Now, maybe some people didn't like that or whatever, but just to be clear, that was like the one time I remember him doing that during the press conference. I think we have another member of Congress. A number of viewers mentioned me about Eric Sorensen, guys. Yes, Eric Sorensen, another House Democrat, has asked Biden to not run. We just in the third one of the third House Democrat after the press conference has now come out and said Biden should not run. As you can see here, Jake Sherman says the 17th House Democrat to call on Biden to step aside is Eric Sorensen of Illinois, a frontliner. I don't know. Maybe one of you knows this. I don't know what frontliner means in terms of Congress. Is that like somebody who's more prominent, maybe, in the Congress? So here is what Eric Sorensen has to say. President Biden is a good man who has spent the bulk of his life in service to our country. His work has been devoted to growing the middle class and building opportunity for all people. In 2020, Joe Biden ran for president with the purpose of putting country over party. Today, I am asking him to not do that again. It is more important than ever that our neighbors have a candidate for president who will communicate a positive vision for every person in this country, someone who can demonstrate the strength and wisdom needed to lead us through the worst storms, a leader who will stand up to the present threats against democracy. Every day I remain committed to the people of central and northwestern Illinois. I believe our best days are still ahead, and today I am hopeful President Biden will step aside in his campaign for president. Oh, AKF says a frontliner's competitive district? That's what AKF says. Yeah, a bunch of our viewers are saying that frontliner means competitive district. I couldn't find that. I looked it up, so I appreciate that. Oh, you know who I should have asked? Hold on. I bet I know who I should have asked. I'll tell you. Yes, I should have asked ChatGPT. I just asked ChatGPT. Same response as some of our viewers. Typically refers to a member of Congress who holds a vulnerable or competitive seat. Okay, there you go. Well, thanks for that. Thanks for educating me. Okay, so Eric Sorensen, who is in a competitive seat in Illinois, he now becomes the third Democrat member of Congress after the press conference to call for Biden to not run. How about that, guys? That's three. Three of them so far after the press conference. look, if you're in a competitive seat, you might be very worried that Biden will drag you down. There are 17, I believe 17 Democratic lawmakers, including the one senator, I think. Because I'm seeing a bunch of people I follow say 17. Quick thanks to, Oom's World. Is Biden seeing these calls or requests to step down? I mean, are his people telling him? I would think, I don't know if he sees them right away. I don't know, but I would think he is told about them. Just a guess. Thank you to AKF as well. And Scott Campbell. Let's see. So, sorry, I want to bring you those updates. Stacy thinks no, they are not telling him. I mean, look, I do think there's a chance. I think, here's the thing. So after this press conference, some people think Biden did better. Some people think he did worse. I think there's a kind of a general feeling, at least among media that I've seen. A lot of media are reporting and analysts that well, it wasn't a disaster, but it wasn't going to solve all his problems. It was kind of somewhere in the middle. That's kind of a take I've been seeing a bunch. And the thing is, though, it's possible that for a lot of members of Congress, the ship has already sailed. We did hear CBS News report before the press conference saying dozens of members of Congress were going to be coming out in the next 48 hours saying they don't want him to run. So, maybe it's like what I'm saying is there's a lot of talk of how will that press conference sway a bunch of Democrats? But maybe it's kind of for a lot of them, they already decided. So they already made up their minds, and they're just kind of waiting for the press conference to be over and for the NATO summit to be over, which is now over. So I don't know. There's a world in which there's a lot more of them who are going to come out and say it, and that decision has already been made. I don't know. I can't speak for various Democrats. Okay. But 3 of them so far have already come out after the press conference. 3 of them. Hang on one second here. Let me know your thoughts at Lookner on X. Something else, it's interesting. Just this vice president question. Just for the fun of it, I asked ChatGPT, and ChatGPT claims the president of the United States cannot directly replace the vice president on their own, but if the position becomes vacant due to death, resignation, or removal, the president can nominate a new vice president. Now, I don't know if that's true, but first of all, you have to imagine that if the president wanted the vice president to quit, that the vice president would, right? Do you think we'd really have a situation where the president comes out and says, look, I want to have a new vice president, but under the Constitution, I can't do anything about it, and the vice president won't quit. So if you can convince him to quit, then we're all good. So I think realistically speaking, when somebody asked me, can the president replace the vice president, I don't think they were talking about whether it's allowed in the Constitution or something. I think what they were talking about is more practically speaking right now, could Biden do it? Not that I see no sign that he wants to. So, anyways, I don't want to get all into that. It's a very interesting question, but I don't know enough about it. And that, by the way, that could be wrong too. So I don't know. Matthew thought this press conference was god-awful. Mumbling over his words and sentence just looked really bad. That's what our viewer Matthew thought. Thanks, Matthew, for writing in. I think David Sanger, who asked one of the questions, posted some praise for Biden. Let me see if I can find that. Can I find it? Let's see. I can't find it. If I find it, I'll show it to you. But again, I don't know what, there's all kinds of people speaking about this tonight, and I don't know what they are saying. So, hold on a second here. So like Politico wrote an article tonight where they thought Biden delivered a steady performance, but fell short of assuring jittery Democrats concerned about his future. That's what Politico said. Just to give you a little sampling of some feedback. The Wall Street Journal says, with a handful of flubs and halting pauses, the question is whether Biden did enough at the news conference to quell growing Democratic calls for him to exit the race. So somebody was asking, is there somebody like you can talk about who thought it was successful? So the Wall Street Journal says Steve Cohen, Democratic representative from Tennessee, called the press conference a success. Steve Cohen said, "I think he convinced a lot of people he should stay in the race. I haven't heard anybody speak so much and so well and so knowledgeably about foreign policy since maybe, I don't know, Dean Rusk," he said. Now, I don't know. Maybe Steve Cohen has been very pro-Biden the whole time. So I don't have perspective on that. But that is a Democrat who had high praise for Biden after the press conference. I'm very interested to see if in the next day or two, how many more Democrats come out and say they don't want Biden to run. I mean, we've already had three. Three of them came out. Three of them already. So I have to think there's more. I have to think there's more. Now, maybe they're all kind of waiting like one after the other. Sarah thinks there's going to be a bunch more. Dancing in the Sand says Chuck Todd still had questions and press conference didn't move the needle at best. It didn't help. Are you saying Chuck Todd said that or you said that, Dancing in the Sand? Odd Meter thought he just said basic talking points about foreign policy. Yeah, I mean, there is this question, and some of you have talked about it, and it's an interesting question of like, what is the bar for Biden? And some people might look at tonight and say he did well, and some people might look at tonight and say, like, you're setting the bar too low. What are we expecting of him? Is not making a big mistake? Is that all we're expecting of him? So I can't say how you are what your standards are, but I know there's some disagreement over that. Captain Country says, I think Clooney got this ball rolling. We did a poll before. Basically, more of you said your opinion of him was worse than better after the debate. I think on YouTube it was like, but again, I don't know what the political breakdown of you guys is, but like, I think on YouTube it was roughly like 52% of the people I think said you thought Biden, his performance tonight made you feel worse about him, and like 12% said better about him, and 30-something% said the same about him. Julie Sirikin of NBC News says, she said many Democratic aides and lawmakers praised Biden's performance tonight, particularly his answers to foreign policy questions, but clearly with at least 3 Democrats calling on Biden to exit the race moments after the debate, damage cannot be undone. That's what NBC News' Julie Sirikin said. A quick thank you to Aleppo Gambit. Aleppo Gambit, to remove a sitting president, there's impeachment, and then the House has to vote for impeachment. I think it's a majority in the House, and then I believe 2/3 of the Senate would have to vote to convict the president in a trial, an impeachment trial. So both houses would have to vote for it. Thank you, Aleppo Gambit. Thank you, Ooms World, for your support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Ooms World. Now, I have a question. Is he going to do another one of these press conferences anytime soon? Is he going to do like a town hall where people like regular Americans can ask him questions, unscripted? Don't know. If you missed it, though, he certainly did not sound like somebody who was thinking of getting out of the race. Well, all right, so Gregory Albright says there's another debate scheduled for September 10th. I don't know that Trump will do it. If he's ahead in the polls, I don't know why he'd want to do it. If he thinks he's way ahead in the polls. But maybe he will. One of Biden's closest allies, Senator Chris Coons, said, I think Biden was presidential. He hid his accomplishments really well, showed a substantive mastery of foreign policy for an hour, and a determination to finish the job. That's one of his closest allies. This is according to the New York Times. Chris Coons said, honestly, could the other guy have done any of that? Anyone concerned about his ability to lead and govern should be reassured. It's now 9:52 p.m. At what point do we get like late enough in the night where we don't think we'll have any more Congress people coming out tonight? We've had 3 come out, 3 after the press conference, and say they don't want him to run. Midnight, says Zambo. 11 p.m., says Jingle Jimbo. Undead Caesar says 11. History Underfoot says 10:30. It's only Eastern time. Yeah, so this CBS News report, they say CBS News has a story, potentially dozens of Democrats expected to call on Biden to step aside after a press conference. They said the planning is coordinated and some of the statements are pre-written. But this story came out before the press conference. You know what's, and also one source told CBS News the next 3 or 4 days will be brutal. With people saying they don't support Biden. CBS News also said congressional leaders aren't expected to publicly speak out themselves or attempt a forced replacement of Biden, attempting to avoid a public break with the president out of respect. That's congressional leaders. Also, CBS News says it's not clear that any number of defections from Democrats will change the president's mind. This could be a really weird situation. If we start getting a bunch, it's already pretty weird as it is, but if we start getting dozens more Democrats in Congress coming out and saying the president shouldn't run, and he's just like, nope, I'm running, that is a really weird situation. And that could happen. That could happen. He can just say, nope, I'm running. So that will look really crazy, but it could happen. Blackbird, our viewer, says, I think Biden is just so stubborn and locked in to stay in the race that he'd have to be forced out. Evelyn in Maine says, never saw anything like these politics in my life. You know, maybe there are, I don't know. Are there Democrats out there who are going to say he shouldn't run, and now they're like, no, I saw that press conference, I'm not so sure. So, like the New York Times article about this press conference, they say Biden delivered a series of sometimes shaky answers to questions from reporters, but he also demonstrated a command of foreign policy and avoided repeating the worst moments of the presidential debate 2 weeks ago. Oh, I missed this. I guess during the debate, he said he would consult his commander-in-chief on questions about arming Ukraine, and I guess he meant to say, like, my chief of staff or something like that. Not chief of staff, my commander of the Joint Chiefs of Staff or something. All right. Yeah, I know he said Vice President Trump at some point. He did say, in the beginning. He said Vice President Trump. That's true. That did happen. Ryan Bond sent me a post from Kelly O'Donnell, who's a reporter for NBC, where she said for the first time in a year, our White House press corps was able to question this president in a solo news conference. And she basically said that these exchanges serve the American people well with much at stake. So I don't know where this is going the next few days. I have no idea. I do not know, guys, where this is going. I genuinely don't know how many Democrats in Congress are going to come out and say he shouldn't run. Look, regardless of his performance tonight, it does seem like a number of prominent Democrats are looking at polling information, and they're really, really worried about it. And they're really worried about Biden dragging down, not just losing the presidency, but dragging down Senate and House candidates. Oh, quick thanks to, hey, Y Chin, that's so kind of you. Thank you, Y, I really appreciate that. So somebody might feel better about Biden tonight after watching this, but say, I don't feel better about the chances of the House and Senate candidates. And look, if you're a House or Senate candidate and you're worried about your job, for example, you might be like, I don't want someone who's just, you might think that just another candidate would be way better for you. Our viewer AMF thinks he did fine. It's really interesting. I don't know where it's going. Just want to read a few more comments from you guys. Eddie the Jamrocker replied to me on X and said, the more people that call for Biden's withdrawal, the more it gives cover for those who are considering doing so. A dam break starts with a leak, a trickle before the ultimate flood. I mean, I do think if it was like an utter disaster tonight, like if he couldn't even speak, I think you might have seen a flood tonight. Take a few more comments. What do you guys think? What did you guys think? April Coco says, I would vote for any Democrat running against Trump. Could be a wrapped mummy. Would not make a difference. Tom Charles says, no matter which direction it goes, this isn't helping the party. I mean, it's less than 4 months before the election, right? And there's like this huge disagreement in the party about who's going to run for president. Tony Del Monte says, I wish they could have called on Peter Doocy from Fox News to ask a question. One thing I thought you might get is there wasn't somebody who was like, I didn't feel like any of the questioners was super confrontational. They certainly asked some challenging questions of him about, still running for president and stuff. But no one really took like a confrontational attitude, which once in a while happens. I didn't know if that would happen. And the Washington Post headline for their article is Biden press conference has verbal missteps but shows foreign policy chops. Oh, also, here is a member of Congress who gave Biden a glowing review. Sheila Jackson Lee said, President Biden knocked this press conference out of the park, so let's refocus on what matters, winning this election. She is a Democrat from Texas. Maynard Moreland thinks the Washington Post headline is fair. Blackbird thinks that's a fantasy world Democratic take. Hey, thanks, Nick Blackbird. I appreciate that. Nick says, I think the main issue here is if he can lead for 4 more years. I'm not sure. He has to focus on America issues, not only Ukraine. And to repeat, I certainly can't speak for Americans as to what they thought of the press conference. As I said, I thought if somebody likes Biden, I thought there was stuff to like for them. And if somebody doesn't like him, I thought there was stuff to not like. So I don't have a good sense of how America is thinking about it. We can do one more poll. We'll do one more poll. Oh, oops. I'll ask you, how will this press conference affect Biden's campaign chances? Help, hurt, no effect. That's what we're doing. That's the question. Oops. Let me post it on Twitch as well. Help, hurt, no effect. Hey, thanks to Stunned in the North for your support, and also Hawkwind 1972 over there on Twitch, and Buzzy D as well, and Boas. I think I already thanked the Wolf's Den and Paper City Gamer. Let's see what people say in the chat. Looking pretty similar between the two platforms. I'm going to show you what the two platforms are saying. Let's check this out. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. All right, here is the YouTube poll. Here is the YouTube poll coming up. Oops. There's the YouTube poll. 63% of you think it hurt his chances. 27% said no effect. 10% said help. And then over there on Twitch, and thanks Ann Caroline for the bits on Twitch. I appreciate that. Over there on Twitch we have, get ready, I'm going to show you right now. "58% said hurt, 12% said help, 29% said no effect." Pretty similar on the two platforms. I don't think it's crazy for someone to argue it to help. Someone could argue that he didn't, it wasn't like the debate. You know, he certainly did talk a lot in detail about foreign policy. Whether you liked it or not is a different thing, but I don't think it's crazy, absolutely insanity to think it might have helped. April Coco says, I voted help. You know, I think the big thing, I think the people who think it helped, a big thing that they're mentioning is they liked his detailed discussion of foreign policy. All right, I'm going to wrap up this poll here, but there you go. There's your poll results. All right, hang on a moment. Hang on a moment here. All right, I ran out of my water. I'm going to get a little more water and take a 1-minute break, and we'll come back and take a few more comments from you guys. That is what we're going to do. We're going to take a few more comments from you guys. Let me do this. Actually, maybe I'll leave the poll up while I take a 1-minute break. So if you have any comments, any thoughts on the debate, get them in at Lookner on X. We'll take a few more. And I'm also going to say that. Okay, there we go. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. Steve will be back in 1 minute. All right, now we're ending that poll. Thank you for voting. I did want to see if I could get you guys an answer to that question about the that August 7th thing. Hold on, hang on. Yeah, I'm still kind of confused. I know there's supposed to be like this August 7th deadline to virtually nominate Biden so he gets on the ballot in Ohio, I think, but they're still having their convention. So I'm kind of confused about that whole thing. So like Newsweek had an article saying Democrats won't abandon nomination plan. And a Democratic National Committee spokesperson told Newsweek it will continue with its plan to hold a virtual roll call to nominate its candidate. The committee will have a virtual nomination before the convention. So because the ballot deadline in Ohio is August 7th, but the DNC is going to, what is this? I'm confused. Yeah, I'm really confused about this. I don't understand. I haven't read a good explanation of all this. I certainly have not seen widespread reporting that, oh, by the time it gets to the Democratic convention, the nomination is going to be over because they're already going to have determined the nomination by August 7th so he can get on the ballot in Ohio. I have not been seeing that reporting, and whenever I try to look around for answers, I have a hard time finding like firm details. So I'm sorry I don't have more for you on that. But again, I am not seeing widespread reporting saying, oh, by the time you get to the Democratic convention, it'll all be settled. But I'm kind of confused what's going on. So I'll try to find some more on that. But it's very confusing. Again, the issue is that they might have to nominate somebody by August 7th to have them on the ballot in Ohio, but the actual convention is until later in August. And I just can't find a really good explanation of how this is all going to come together. And when I look it up, I get articles from like over a month ago. Anyways. Hey, a quick thanks, by the way, to Listener for your hayat. I'm not running for anything, Listener. I have no intention of right now. And I have no plans currently in the future to. But thank you, Listener. I really appreciate that. And thank you also... hang on a second here. So I want to take some of our comments here. Thanks to all of our mods who have been with us. Really appreciate our moderators. Thank you. Warren Tinsley says, very interesting times we're living in. Muzek says, could Biden's candidacy be boycotted at the convention? Again, the delegates have to vote for Biden or whatever nominee they want. So in theory, the delegates could vote for someone else, but they're not supposed to on the first ballot. I've seen no reporting at this point suggesting that a majority of delegates will vote for someone else than Biden on the first ballot, but you never know. That'd be a huge story if there was some delegate rebellion. Our viewer, Marin, thinks every time Biden steps up to a microphone, he makes it worse. It's time for him to step down for the sake of the nation. That's what Marin thinks. Gwen says, please cover RFK Jr. He is making more sense to me than President Biden and the other guy. And mainstream media has misled us on his platform, his stance on COVID and other issues. I'm not covering that tonight. It's a bit off topic for the night. But if some big news event happens with RFK Jr., I will certainly cover it. And he's running in a number of states, although I don't know how many he's on the ballot on right now. But I'm not getting into that tonight. But your suggestion, Gwen, your suggestion has been duly noted. Our viewer, Murph, says, Biden has been in politics for a really very long time. I would vote for him over Trump. Yes, he's older, and he said he has had multiple neurological tests, and the doctors say he's fine. Whereas Trump has been found guilty on numerous felonies, lies about the worth of his assets. Even his sons have been found guilty. He is corrupt and calls everything a witch hunt and fake news. If I had to choose, it would be Biden or another Democratic person who decides to run. That's from Murph. Look, we got some viewers who don't like Biden at all and would never vote for him. We have viewers like Murph who would vote for him. So we have some viewers with very different views on the channel. But you're all welcome. Just keep it respectful in the chat. Shayla Gala says it's a mess either way. And it could just get messier. What happens in 2 weeks if, say, half of the Democrats in Congress want Biden to not run, but he's just sticking with it? What happens then? What if more than half of the members of Congress are Democrats? What if more than half of Democratic members of Congress call for him to not run and he's still running? Strange Reverend says both sides are whack. Caitlin Collins posted that Jim Himes, who tonight after the debate, he's a member of Congress, the Democratic member of Congress, after the debate came out and said he didn't want Biden to run. Jim Himes said on CNN, imagine that 3 months from now we get another performance like there was in the debate right before the election. Do you want to take that risk? I don't, said Jim Himes. Fox News Politics said Biden said anyway at least 9 times while trailing off in press conference. Brian Stelter, who covers media stuff, used to be on CNN, thinks that Biden didn't shake the doubters tonight, but didn't make things any worse for himself. Yeah, thanks. I saw, one of our viewers, Oliver, sent me an Ohio article, but it's from May 31st. All these Ohio articles floating around are from late May, and I just don't know what the situation is now. I don't know if things are different or not. A lot of old articles floating around, so I just don't know what the deal is. I'd like to see something, maybe a more recent update. Hang on a second here. It's so weird that Ohio has a deadline to be on the ballot that's earlier than the Democratic convention. It's so strange. Why would that be the case? According to the NBC News article from May that our viewer sent me, the only state where it's an issue right now is Ohio for the Democrats. The only state that has a ballot deadline before the convention. All right, guys, we might be getting close to that point. I don't know how much more I have to tell you right now. Paul says the DNC moved the convention date. I don't know how it ended up being that way. Jim Smith says, why not put Trump through a press conference like Biden just did? Force him to discuss policy. That's what Jim said. Thanks to Just Me. Just Me thinks we need more coverage of other candidates like RFK Jr. so the American people can see they have other options. Thank you, Just Me. It's very kind of you. Thanks also to our member, Liza. Oh, I found an article about the whole Ohio thing. CNN said, oh, is this old though? No, it's recent. It's recent. So CNN says that the Democrats said they would hold a virtual roll call ahead of the Ohio, ahead of the Democratic convention so that they could comply with the Ohio deadline to get somebody on the ballot. But they say it's not clear how long delegates will have to vote for the nominee or when the process will start or end. I'm so confused. I'm not going to worry about this right now. Let's not worry about it. I'll read up on it. Maybe we'll talk about it in a future stream. My brain isn't working. I can't get into it right now. I have to just sit and read some stuff about it. It's so confusing and it's just boring for you guys. Okay. Anyways, I think it's time, guys. I think I'm not being helpful. All right. So look, I really appreciate you guys joining us tonight for this live coverage. And I certainly think we might see in the next day or two some more. I mean, CBS is saying we're going to see dozens of them. We certainly might see more Democrats come out and, from Congress and say that they don't want Biden to run. I don't know how many. I have no idea. I don't know where this is all going. Then Trump is supposed to name his VP picture soon, but maybe at the convention next week. I'm hoping to have footage of the Republican convention. If I do, we'll be covering it with lots of footage. I'm hoping to. So I think I'm going to, but I'm not positive. But I think I'm going to. See, let me just look at something here. That would be July 15th. Let me check something here. Let's see. Why can't I find this? More detail. I might not actually. You know that? I don't know. I just don't know if I'll be allowed to use the video. I don't know, guys. I'll have to wait and see. I'm hoping to have video to show you, but I might not. We'll have to see. Anyways. But the Republican convention starts next Monday, but I'll have to look in to see if I have video that I'm allowed to show you. By the way, Sahil Kapoor with NBC News says Biden world is feeling good about the NATO press conference. Per one source in his orbit, they believe it should comfort open-minded skeptics who had legit questions post-debate on Biden's ability to battle Trump and offer a second-term vision. They believe he stuck the landing. Okay. Anyways, we'll see. I really appreciate you guys being here for this press conference and watching with me and letting me read your comments on the air and writing in and chatting and everything. Thanks for joining us tonight. Quite an event. Quite an event, and there's so much unsettled here with the election. Still not clear what will happen with Biden and whether he will ultimately be the candidate. And we'll see what the next public event with Biden brings. Subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news here without an agenda. Agenda Free TV. Subscribe and follow. And we'll be definitely covering more news soon. What was I going to say? Oh, turn on notifications. I don't know in advance when big news is going to happen. Once in a while, I know stuff's going to happen, but a lot of times I don't. So if you want to find out when we're coming on the air, we have our own notification system. It works awesome. You sign up once, and you get sent a notification whenever we go live right before. It's great. We do it through Discord. The mods can post the link to the free notifications in the chat. You can also find the link in the description of this broadcast on YouTube and Facebook. So sign up for the free notifications. Sign up for those. Let's shout out our moderators who have been here while you guys have been chatting. And that's why we can have chat rooms. It's thanks to our mods. Ruth Krafasi, big thanks, Ruth and RJ. I know Cynthia Moon's been over there. We've had a bunch of moderators over there on YouTube. So any of the ones from before who I thanked before. Huge thanks to our moderators there. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Over there on Twitch. Thanks so much to all of our moderators over there. For example, people like Bastion Girl, I Got That Fire, Sarah, Surly Dev, and all of our other moderators over there on Twitch. Huge thanks for all of your help. It's been busy in the chat rooms. And, thanks for your support, Tom Witcher, by the way. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate that. And our Facebook mods, thanks so much to you, Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, Christina Neal, all of our mods over there on Facebook. Huge thanks to you. And hey, thanks to everybody who donated too. So nice of you guys. You're the ones that keep this channel on the air with your support. It's a viewer-supported channel. So thank you so much. Very kind of you. Did I get everybody? Let me make sure. I think I thanked everybody. Special shout out again to Marty Hagwood and everybody else who donated. It's so nice of you. I really appreciate it. If you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. We will have plenty more campaign coverage as things progress. Hey, if things start happening with more members of Congress coming out and saying Biden shouldn't run, we might do another live stream tonight, tomorrow, whenever. I'll be keeping an ear out and an eye out to see what's going on. Let's see. Hey, we also have a Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. If that's some of our viewers like doing that a lot. So check out our free Discord chat. It's at the same link as the notifications. And big thanks to our mods. Big thanks to our Discord mods, who I didn't thank before. Thanks to our Discord mods. If anybody out there is interested in being a volunteer moderator, that would be awesome. Sometimes we have a wait list, but you can ask the mods for more information. And huge thanks to Budget Girl. Budget Girl says, nice to watch with everyone with different opinions. Yeah, I love that people can chat with different opinions and chat and all in one chat and keep it respectful. And that's, our mods are the ones who allow us to have that. So, but it's a cool thing about the channel. What else was I going to mention? If you're watching over there on YouTube and you subscribe, if you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, you kind of got to do this weird thing on YouTube. Oops, you can't see. Here's YouTube. You got to click the notifications bell and then choose all notifications. It's kind of weird, but do that on YouTube if you subscribe to get the YouTube notifications. And what else did I want to mention? I do have a personal channel where I sometimes do non-news live streaming. That is called Lookner on YouTube and Look Nerd on Twitch. Lookner on YouTube, Look Nerd with a D on Twitch. I was not using the prompter thing, which we just installed on the Lookner set, for those who were wondering. If anybody was wondering. I'm not going to worry about that. I won't explain that right now. There's something I can use on the other channel where I can see the chat over the camera. But it's a little... I don't know that it'll work for Agenda Free TV. Hey, thanks to our new member, Veronica W100. Thanks, Veronica. Okay, hey, I want to say a huge thanks to our Twitch subscribers and our Facebook subscribers and our YouTube members for all of your support. Before I do that, though, any kind of updates I see when I'm not on the air, follow me on X, @Lookner on X. I will post there on X if I hear updates when I'm not on the air. And you can also follow Agenda Free TV on X. I always post there when we're going live. @Agenda Free TV. And hey, big thanks to our subscribers over there on Twitch, Shaggy and Wall Street. Thanks for being subscribers. Jack's Animals, thank you. Texas Snack Pack, Club Class, thank you. Sarah, Cooj, Gonzalez, Stunned in the North, Buzzy D, Hawkwind, Three Soul. Did I say Jack's Animals already? I might have. Thanks to all of our subscribers. Rocky Coast, and any of the other ones who I might have missed over there. Allistic's a subscriber. Thanks, subscribers. And Facebook subscribers like Eve Richards, Leanne Ticknor, Robert Rial II, Kay Lowry Body, Billy Joe Drage, Duster Singer. I think I owe Billy Joe a thank you. Thanks, Billy Joe, for your support. And all of our other Facebook subscribers, thanks for being subscribers over there. And hey, Just Me, thanks for the gift memberships. Just Me on YouTube. That's really nice of you. Thanks to all of our members over there on YouTube. Paul Tissue, Tom N, Evelyn in Maine, David's Projects, Jessica SL, April Coco, George Robardi, Tom Witcher, Veronica W100, Connor Murphy, Evelyn in Maine, PZ Papa Zulu, Marty Hagwood, Grim Reaper, thanks for being a member. Dr. McRib, ZP, Strange Reverend, AKF, Uncle Floyd, William Cromer, Pam Turner, Blackbird, did I say JD? Deb N, Lolly Lollipop, Jennifer Rochelle, Dean R, Cherry Sour, and all the rest of our YouTube members. Thank you so much. Marla V, Marin Gobra. Hey, thanks, Ray, for your kind words over there on YouTube. Thank you for watching over there. And Melissa Terry, thanks for watching on Facebook. Chris McVeigh. I think it's time. Some really good questions people asked tonight, too. Sorry I can't always give you great answers to your questions. I try, but sometimes I just don't know. Chi-Town Bear 54, thanks for watching. All right, it's our time. Last news check here. Well, 3 members of Congress came out after and said they wanted him to not run. We'll see if more of them come out in the next couple days. All right. I think that's it. What a campaign this has been. All right, guys. Thank you again. Jim Smith says you avoid the tough stuff. Wow. I don't know what Jim Smith means over there on X. But thanks for watching, Jim. All right, guys. Thank you again so much for watching. Really appreciate you being here. Thank you for the mods. And you've been watching our live coverage of the big Biden press conference. And we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.